Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Grassroots Gaming and Terraform Gaming Preseason Invitational Finals. I am Dr. Mongoose, joined, of course, by my friend, my compatriot, my better half, Battery Power. How are you doing this morning, sir?
I am doing great, and I'm telling you, I'm excited for this finals. We've got 6 games lined up, and we've got a lot of talent. And if the qualifiers were any indication about what we're going to see here today, I'm beyond excited.
Oh no, the qualifiers alone were some of the most intense games of Apex I have seen in a long time, and they are definitely a good indicator of quality thus far. The big story going into all of this, of course, for those of you who are joining us for the first time, this is the first non-kill race tournament that we are running. This is private lobby. So if any of you have ever watched ALGS before, the format will seem familiar. We have 6 games lined up for you today. ALGS scoring points, that means for first place, you're gonna get 12, for second place, 9, first place, you're gonna get 12 points, second place, 9 points, and so on and so forth down the road, with each kill counting for 1 point. So, equal importance of kills and placement, and at the end of the day, the top 3 teams with the most points are going to be our winners. But more than that, battery, we have a variety of different teams that qualified for this event. Last weekend we ran 3 qualifiers across 2 days, the top 5 teams from each lobby of 20 advancing, and then the final 5 teams filling out from the best of the remainder. You were there for both of those days, and it was an exciting bit of Apex action. Who are you excited to watch today out of some of our best teams from the qualifiers?
So I'll be honest with you, just because we met them through your tournaments here. I'm excited to watch U.S. Army Esports. I know that throughout kill races, they've been impeccable. Personally, in our kill race, they ended our tournament on a 12-game win streak in pubs. It was absolutely bananas. So I know that they're an intelligent team. They play very, very smart. The rotations are incredibly good, and I'll be looking for them to be placing top 3 each time.
I hear you on that one. They're actually a bit of a story going into this event because they barely qualified during our final day of lobbies. And that was a big talking point, a big story going into this final for the first time, having a U.S. Army team not qualify for any of the finals. Big teams that I am looking out for: DCO, previous winner of one of the Grassroots Gaming kill races. Schmovement Squad has placed top 3 in almost any event they have ever played in. And the Trolls, longtime returning team, they have also been some big competitors in previous events as well. But we have a lot of new faces here as well. Gods of Olympus, Inferno White and Black, Instinct, Mambo for Life, and Team IQ, all having incredible top 3 performances in all of their lobbies. So the competition today is going to be fierce. We are very excited to bring it to you guys. But before we hop into the game itself, as we are loading things up, let's going to take a quick look at the leaderboard. All right, and as you can see here, each and every one of our teams for our competition today, like we said, 6 games total. So this is a place we'll be coming back to a couple of times throughout the day as we are looking at how our teams begin performing across the board. But as we wait for this lobby to get underway, there have been a lot of big changes, Battery, when it comes to the game of Apex itself. As we're about to hop into this lobby, what I'm curious about is how the seer nerf is going to affect play today, because we had almost every single team had a seer during the qualifiers. I'm curious if that's going to be the case this time around.
Yeah, actually, we did talk about that quite a bit during the qualifiers. I know that we didn't stream the qualifiers, but it was a large talking point, and it was a bit of a joke that we talked about, because at least in our lobbies, like you said, a lot of seers showed up because of that extra 10 damage that's done. For those that don't know the nerf that went down, the 10 damage and the flash were removed from seer's tactical ability, basically making it just the scan, amongst a few other things as well. The sound was lowered on his ultimate when tracking enemies and things like that. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I'm gonna say, I think that we are still going to see a lot of seers, regardless of the change, just because you can still track enemies. His ult is extremely useful. It does make the opposition play a lot slower, play crouched, and if you don't have that Revenant, you are going to be moving slowly, or you're going to be giving away your position. So I will say that we're probably going to be seeing a lot of people here playing Seer.
And we are going to be moving over to our game right now as we hop into game 1. Let's get it started.
Oh man.
All right, just loading into the lobby right now. We have all of our teams joining us, perfectly timed. So Again, for
wrong. No
Sears whatsoever.
Wrong.
Wow, apparently we're going back to Old Faithful, it seems, across the board with our teams here. Table for 2+1, who we're on board with first. They were one of our first place teams in our lobbies here, but taking a look at the map, it's going to be interesting to see how the breakdown is for where these teams drop, especially because we're definitely going to have some contesting in these landing spots. None of these teams have played against each other before, so I would not be surprised if we see some people fighting for landing spots here, Battery.
Absolutely. We have only one team landing Skyhook, which I'm a little bit surprised, but it looks like we've got one going Climatizer. We've got two teams landing in Fragment with, it looks like somebody that they split up. So the team that landed Fragment West is split up. One went Fragment East, and it looks like we're going to actually have quite a large battle here at Lava City. That is going to be... Ooh, there's oh boy.
South side of the map, there's a lot of people going Lava City. There's two people in Thermal Station as well, on board here with Terraform. One of the I think the 3 or 4 teams that we have inside of Lava City itself. If we could actually pull the map back up, I'm curious to see how many teams are going to be fighting over whatever this loot pool is. Yeah, at least 2, I think 3 on the outskirts of Lava City. And there we go, first ring popping up. This is going to be more of a northern circle. So especially with all of the teams that are on the south side of the map, this could become a very dangerous, very, very dangerous rotation right here.
Yeah, absolutely. With 3 teams landing in this one area right now, for sure, loot is going to be scarce. So hit your building quickly. Make sure that you're picking up everything. You need to be communicating with your teammates to make sure that you're sharing loot. I know that sounds like a crazy concept sometimes, but you don't need to hold all the heavy ammo if you're running the energy and a light weapon. Make sure that your team is fully kitted, because there are going to be fights here coming up.
And here we are on board with Trolls, another one of our top 15 teams across all 3 lobbies, longtime competitors. They took the safer rotation. It looked like they were going for Lava City as well, but they saw no one going to the Dome. So they are going to have a lot of room to work with here. But while we have a couple of moments before any of the fighting kicks off, I want to talk to everyone here a little bit about private lobby tournaments. If this is the first time you're ever watching this, expect this to play a little slower than you're used to in terms of, you know, pub lobbies or even ranked lobbies, because we've got $500 on the line for our top 3 teams. Every single kill, every single placement, every single point is going to matter. So don't be surprised as we start shrinking down to some of these later rings to still see 10, 15, even 17 plus teams up. As these rings start to shrink, it's going to be all about the positioning game, and it's going to be all about the knowledge game, as we can see right here, as US Academy is going for that ring knowledge. If we pull up map, we'll actually be able to see where this ring is going to go and give us an idea of strategy. This is going north. Christmas has come early, it seems, and we have a couple of teams. Our Skyhook team and a couple of our teams on the northern side of the map are in the best possible position. I would not be surprised if we see a survey camp ending here, Battery.
Yeah, and you know, I noticed that Weeby Beeman actually was headed over to Survey Camp. I think that they looted Survey Camp and moved up north there, so it'll be interesting to see if they're going to hold that. I know that they don't have the map knowledge because they weren't the team that scanned, but we're going to see if they can hold that zone up there and possibly hold on for that Survey Camp ending. They might have landed in the right spot.
Oh, enough and more, taking some shots, it seems, over here in the Death Village. That Gibraltar not in a great spot, and these guys only on white armor right now. They are currently fighting Weeby Beeman, a team that has been well known in all of our events, both between Grassroots and Terraform. Doesn't pick up anything on the scan. That's actually very dangerous for this team here. They're just trying to hold out. Very wisely, it seems, trying to retreat here. This is not a fight that Enough and More wants to take, especially given the armor situation they're in right now.
Yeah, no, it's way too early for a fight. Two members of your team right now are rocking gray armor. You need to either get some long shots in, or you need to find some new armor, because as soon as the ring starts closing in, we're going to have some storm campers for sure.
Absolutely, absolutely. We already have some people playing edge of ring right here in Goats. They were one of our teams advancing on points as well. So they have been given a second chance at being able to take home the grand prize here. So curious to see if they're going to change their play style at all between the qualifier and today. Oh, and enough and more. They are getting chased down. There's not a huge surprise, but amazing shots right there against Weeby Beaming. This is incredibly dangerous, incredibly dangerous. No, I'm sorry. It looks like they might be fighting Inferno Black right now. Yes, Inferno Black. Oh, Inferno, but this is a 2v2 right now. This is the battle of the gray armor at the moment. Oh, they are all in a very weak health position across the board. If I am this Bloodhound right now, I am backing up and healing. I don't know what their Octane is doing. If you look, he's just got his purple armor, but is only getting his passive health regen. They are feeling aggressive, and there comes the third party from behind. Beaming shots up there on Gods of Olympus. And oh no. Unfortunately, we get ourselves server is still live for the moment. Unfortunately, one of our observers dropped out there, so we will be hopping right back in.
There we go.
And boom. Okay, back on it here. Enough and more still alive in this. That is incredible.
Wow. Yeah, you know, Ginger Chew's got to get moving.
Oh no, and Inferno Black, it all went wrong. While they do have the banners captured and gathered, what seemed to be like a perfect fight for them just fell apart immediately, it seems. And now going right back in. Enough and more also in a tough position, but doesn't have banners either. This geyser fight is getting dangerous, especially with Ring closing in here.
Inferno Black was able to pick up 2 kills in that fight. So the last remaining member of Inferno Black, if they're able to pick up those banners and rotate, that's actually very good. They could wait until endgame, wait until there's a safe space to revive their teammates, and still walk out of here with some KP.
Oh no, and Enough and More just got detected on sonar there. That is not what you want to see. Oh my goodness, beautiful shots there, but this rotation is getting dangerous. Obviously first ring, it's not going to hurt that much, but it doesn't look like they are too stocked on meds at the moment. And if they are trying to go for these banners, yep, they are getting chased, they are being hunted. This might be the end of Enough and More in game 1 here. But what I'm really curious about, if they are still alive, is Inferno Black. They rotated back into the circle here, and boom, just comes flying out of nowhere. And Weeby Beeman finally gets that cleanup. It took them a minute, but at long last, they actually were the only ones who came out on top in all of that, initially being in the worst possible position in that fight. So it just goes to show you, if you can play things smart, if you can play things slowly, you can still come out on top.
Yeah, you know, like we've both been saying, Weeby Beeman is a known competitor, a known winner. Pug had the record in damage and in kills in one of our kill race tournaments, so you know that the kid is a shooter. Aim lock-ons is another great shot. I mean, let them use their IQ, and this is a scary team. I could see them placing, at least getting right now, seeing them get to the top 5.
Oh, very, 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 very easily here. What I'd like to do, if possible, with the Observer team, if we could check the map, see if Inferno Black is still alive in all of this. That would be the big thing, because if they were able to get out, that's actually big for them, because really all you need is about 3 or 4 kills and some decent placement, and that gives you a good chunk of what you need to keep moving through the lobby. Team IQ, though, right now caught in a fight. Caustic ult going off. Looks like they are trying to just hold this building and edge this team out on circle here, over by the village side of Lava Sighton. Terraform, it seems, is on top of IQ. They gave up height. This is a dangerous spot to be in, Battery.
Yeah, you know, there are some good hiding spots in here, so it depends on how Terraform is going to swing, if they want to swing. But having the height in this this gunfight right now is a large advantage.
The big question is that if they've got the Octane ult to get out of dodge here, because their Caustic is basically making this building unpushable, which is a good thing, but they did burn that Caustic ult as well, and Terraform just gives up height. Looks like they are prioritizing the rotation more than anything, which is a very smart move, especially because you've only got 50 seconds on circle 2 here, and you're gonna have to get all the way past fragment at that point.
Yeah,
so a dangerous spot to be in.
Yeah, if we can pull up map to see if any teams are in fragment as well, because if there's going to be a rotation through fragment, there's definitely about to be some gunshots.
Oh, absolutely. The mid-game rotations are oftentimes some of the most dangerous. If you're going to see a bunch of teams drop, it's going to be right here, because a lot of these teams, when we can get map up, we're going to start to see a lot of teams start to converge. There's only about 3 or 4 pathways that you can do getting into the north side of the map. And yep, like we talked about, Terraform just opting to focus rotation. Trolls as well in an excellent position on both armor and weapons, it seems, so they were able to make the most of their landing over at Dome as well. But still 17 squads, 42 players. Like we talked about, this is going to be playing much slower. Movement squad getting some beautiful shots, and it looks like a team kill over there. And yes, new kill leader. We'll have to take a quick check to see who they eliminated, but beautiful shots out of Kaizen there from Schmoopin squad.
Yeah, Kaizen's got a laser beam with that R301. That whoever that was, unfortunately, stood no chance, as he was not going to miss and not going to lose that kill.
Yeah, and that is a full squad elimination. But again, these games playing so much slower, it's a little bit more difficult to rely on these placements. A couple of kills here and there, that's definitely good, but you really need to outlast your opponents at this point. Yeah. Movement squad has also been one of those teams that just has been a top tier competitor across the board. They have placed top 3 in basically any event they've competed in for Grassroots, in any of the Grassroots gaming kill races. So an exciting thing to see how they can perform. See, again, the style changes that come from kill races versus private lobby tournaments, because that's going to be a big thing we see today, Battery.
Yeah, you know, a lot of these, let's be real here, a lot of the talent in this tournament today are gun skill talent, and they love to push things in pubs. So in a kill race tournament, yeah, you can get a little bit crazy, you can do a little bit weird things, you can pick up the sniper more often. I know that we're seeing a sniper right now, but you know, your gun meta that you're picking up is not always the same that you're picking up in comp. You're not necessarily playing that same passive way. And so these kind of lobbies really change it from gun skill to IQ all the way up until, I would say, about ring 4. That's when it starts to get spicy.
Absolutely, your game knowledge is always going to be more important. But US Academy here in the middle of a gunfight, looks like they might have a little bit of a split team here. This is 2 different squads right now. Oh my goodness, this is about to get very rough on Academy, and these teams trying to rotate. Swagnificent is holding edge. They were in the best possible position, but I think they might have just given it up too freely there. And yes, they're just opting to hold rotation here, get into circle. This is a smart move on their part, but I'm curious that we did see at least what looked like a duo try to slide out the left-hand side, and US Academy was unable to really get any luck whatsoever on cleaning up those kills. That is a big missed opportunity there.
Yeah, you know, Swagnificent is now going to hold this choke point. They're going to hold the rotation over into fragment. This is a very good position for them. They burned the Gibby bubble a while ago, and so they're going to have another one for when the end of the circle closes in. With 54 seconds left, they have enough for a couple of bubbles between now and the end of the 3rd round here. So
absolutely,
this is good area for them. They can move over here to the shipping crates and over to this large rock and still be able to hold. Oh, we got to fight.
Oh no, and Monkey Jamboner in a fight right now, and they get caught just at the very end. It looks like Inferno White getting that cleanup there on edge of circle. That is a big set of kills. Unfortunate for Monkey Jamboner, one of our more high-flying teams. They had over 45 points from their lobby as well, so unfortunate to see them exit so early. They were some amazing performers, especially coming from one of our newer squads here in the event.
Yeah, we were actually in their lobby, and yeah, I believe they finished top 3 in our lobby, and they had the beams. So I'm surprised that they got wiped right here by Inferno White.
But we have Inferno White. They are now in a very dangerous position. They just wiped a team and they are getting pushed on edge of circle. I am not totally sure if I agree with this. You've got the armor, you've got the weapons. I would try to fight that. That's an easy edge hold right there, especially if you know no one's coming from behind you, since they've kind of been just sitting in Skyhook in this area pretty much the entire time. And beautiful shots out of the sky from that L-Star. Let's see if, oh my goodness, still just peeking away. 3x on the L-Star is the new meta, my friends. Don't sleep on it. But
oh no.
Again, we've talked a little bit about missed opportunities. I feel like that was one. You know you've got no one behind you because you've been here the whole time. That was a fight you could have taken. They were close enough where you could have held. I feel like this is some missed, at least one or maybe two missed kills right here. Oh, but Swagificent now finally acting on that edge they have been holding, but the curious question is going to be how many teams we have in the area. I see a Gibby ult going off there as well. I think this is going to be more than one team, so big opportunity for Swagificent here. 12 squads left as we approach fourth ring. This is about to start to get very tight very quickly, and I don't know. Oh no, I don't think Swagificent is aware of somebody in the tunnel behind them. This could get very bad for them very quickly as we see some shots coming in.
Yeah, they could get pinched here. And they just got scanned, so right now their position is compromised. They're gonna have to pop the ult, but we're switching over here to Inferno White as they are going to be rotating through the tunnel here. And it looks like they have spotted somebody.
Falling back again? I mean, there's maybe a little bit of room for a rotation here, but I don't know why they moved that way. And oh no, Swagificent, their Octane, unfortunately, on white armor. Do they have the bubble to work with? No, they don't, apparently. The Gibby getting flown in on, and the Bloodhound getting out of dodge. That is the way to do it. There's about 30 different things happening around them, and as you look at the kill feed, the squads are beginning to fall like we spoke about. These final circles getting very, very tight, and oh my, is that a 1v2?
That was a 1v2, and it looks like with a flatline and an EVA 8.
Goodness, Terraform with the 1v2. Vera, wow, able to finish off Gods of Olympus. Beautiful use of the Octane speed right there. That was absolutely incredible. And here we are down to our top 10 squads in our fourth ring now. This is going to get very, very tight very, very quickly. And especially for these solos or duos, this is where your ratting skills become paramount, because you've probably got a couple of kills at this point if you're lucky. Now it's just about, can I get myself to top 5, where the points start to really add up at that point.
Yeah, we saw a couple of times a few solos hit that top 5 mark in our lobbies that we were casting before, so it is definitely doable. It also depends on how the circle turns. It depends on who's focusing on who's got the building plays. If you can get other teams to fight, if you can trick other teams into fighting and avoiding you, that's the key.
Trolls right here have just spotted one of these possible solos, I think, and beautiful shots on the gold armor. That is 2 people. There's 1 down, going to be 2 very quickly. Oh, but Trolls has to be very careful. Does get the elimination. That is very, very smart, and it looks like, yes, they just got the finish. Their Bloodhound unfortunately gets hit from the tunnel. That might finally be Inferno White making a play there, but
and the Gibby bubble goes away.
Oh yeah, and they lost the Gibby bubble too. This is very, very dangerous. This rock, the only thing keeping them alive. But if they can hold this, if they can hold this push, if they can hold this fight, they are literally in the best possible position given ring at the moment, just on edge, and they can basically play from anywhere here. A little bit between a rock and a hard place, but if there's a team that can do it, Trolls is definitely it.
Absolutely. They have a little bit of that bottom rock in front of them. I know that the crates are in kind of blocking their movement area to utilize that rock, but they do have a little bit of area to push up, maybe to crouch, get some cover, get some shots on somebody that's above them. I don't know. Ooh, this Broth is in it. What is this spot?
Broth hanging out on the scoreboard. They just want to know who they need to kill first and foremost every single time. Oh no! They have been spotted. It is now time to run away. The soup is not good today, and Broth is trying to get out, but no! Caught between Trolls and probably Inferno White there. Unfortunately, the soup of the day was not what people wanted, and Broth unfortunately out at top 5 though, so they did a very, very good job there. We're now into our top 4 squads. This is where your strategy and your aiming skills really come together. We be beaming, just gets beamed off of that rock there. That is dangerous, but oh no, Inferno White out in the open. They have nothing to work with. Are they gonna pop the Gibby bubble for protection? I don't think they did, wisely saving that, forcing back the fights there. But Battery, this is where we kind of get into the strategy of the economy of the game here. We have, how many meds do you have? What do you have to work with? What's your ammo looking like? This is where things get dangerous. Who of your teammates are still up, and what abilities do they have? Do you have that Gibby bubble? For example, CCO here has caustic fart traps. You can set these up. They did just burn their ult though. That's not good. Oh, and getting early immediately. CCO, their caustic goes down. That's actually very, very bad, because if you don't have those traps to work with, as soon as they die, the traps go away entirely. And Circle is very close to moving. They're gonna have to burn that Gibby bubble too. This is a dangerous spot to be in, but oh, that Gibby does have the gold bag. That's actually huge for them. The mid-fight reses for CCO could actually be what makes or breaks the game. Inferno White, I think now in the power position, and they have that Spitfire to work with too. If we can hop on board the Gibby here, I'd want to see, because Bloodhound does have their ult, and they do have the Gibby ult to work with too. So at this point, Battery, I think this might be Inferno White's to lose. Honestly, they do have to push. We're down to top 3. We are down to top 3. I believe that might have been Weeby Beeman that got eliminated.
Oh boy. Okay, so they do have to push off this hill eventually, but you are right. They do have that Gibby ult, which means that they can make the rotation towards center for themselves and push any team back, or the team's just gonna have to work to get it.
Yeah, and okay, and here we go. Yep, just as we say that, they are going in on this res, but that it was not able to make the crane. The Octane is in possibly the worst spot they could be in. You need that Octane up with your team for that possible movement, because there is a decent chance they get their ult back before the end of this game. But without fear, Inferno White is just pushing in. This Octane making quick use of their Q, and Gibby just raining fire down from above.
That L-Star's only got 32 shots left though, so again, like you said, economy here is important.
Trolls was able to get the res. Trolls is able to get the res, and they are in a perfect spot right now, because they are under the stairs, and these two teams have to fight each other if they're going to start pushing out. At this point now, I think this might be between, if Trolls plays this perfectly, they've got a decent chance. Oh no, they just knocked part. Oh my goodness, they just knocked one of Inferno White's, but Trolls trying to take this fight immediately. I don't know what is going through their head right now. Just slow this down. They've got a fresh res. Gibby, okay, Gibby ult's now popping. There are 2 squads left. This is between Inferno White with 2 gold armor and red getting knocked right there. Inferno White only has 1 left, playing the shield, and CCO!
There it is!
CCO coming out of nowhere to take game 1.
Just darkening the tea a little bit. Darkening
the coffee a little bit. My goodness.
Wow, that was, what an ending. We hadn't watched them pretty much the entire game.
Now CCO
on top of this walkway with the caustic traps. Blazin has the caustic traps laid, is able to get rezzed, and they get the win.
That entire play is built off of the Gibby with the gold bag at that point, because if you don't have the Gibby with the gold bag to get that caustic up, to know that you can safely res that quickly and force any teams that are pushing you back, that is absolutely huge. Scores right now currently being tabulated, so we'll have our scoreboard up here in just a moment. But Battery, game 1, absolutely insane, and we still have 5 more to go.
I'm glad. Good. I can't wait, because CCO comes out of nowhere and surprises everybody. Great IQ.
And the big thing we have to talk about, the really big thing we have to talk about is that Weeby Beeman, I'm pretty sure, were kill leader going into that final 5. And so we know they place at least top 5, which is at least 5 kill points there. If they were able to eke out into, I believe, top 4, they might still be able to pull first place or second place out of this on KP on KP alone, because if I'm remembering correctly, CCO didn't really have many kills going into that final thing. So they're completely reliant on placement points at that point.
Yeah, that first place 12 points is going to be nice and spicy for them. So yeah, I think that if they had any KP at the end of the game, it was that final squad wipe on Infernal White.
Maybe 3 at most, 4 or 5, but like it's one of those things where it becomes a big question, because Infernal White, and again, we kind of talked about this, Infernal White, I'm fairly certain placed top 2 there. We were questioning their strategy just a little bit, and we were curious, like, you know, they kept falling back into that tunnel, but it ended up working out on their end there. They placed top 2, if not top 3, so putting themselves in a great position as well. So I guess I'm curious, when you're looking at these games, is it more these slow end game strategies are the way to go, or are you just trying to play it fast and loose like CCO did at the end, just doing a straight full W key push?
I mean, it depends on what your KP is at, because it's not ranked, and you know, you're not actually playing for KP, you know, RP points.
Exactly.
You know, you kind of want to wait until the end, because those placement points are worth so much. You just want to be able to take that last fight at the end, especially if you don't have the armor to take it. So having that slow push, letting your teammates either get all purple armor, getting fully kitted, making sure you have your ults, making sure you have some sort of ulti accelerants for your defensive legends, so that when the fight goes down at the end, you're ready to win. I think that's the most important. I know that the Caustic popped his gas trap a little bit too early. I think
that Caustic ult early, that would have been the throw point at that point. If they didn't have that gold bag and they don't have that Caustic ult, that's dangerous, because if they could have cleaned up that Caustic immediately, because they didn't even pop the bubble for the res, they just straight rezzed him immediately. If they are able to get that kill, all of those Caustic traps are gone. That final fight becomes way easier for our other 2 teams.
Oh yeah, they're gonna. It was a good thing that gold bag was belonged to the Gibby, because the Gibby bubble was used for some reason in the middle of the 2. So in the middle of that hallway in that small little building, the bubble was used right in the middle. It wasn't used on a door or anything like that. So it might have been a misplacement. It could have been.
It might have fat fingered. They might have fat fingered at that point. You're in the top 3. The nerves are probably flowing a little bit, and especially like as soon as somebody goes down, you can expect that push to come immediately. They probably were just. I would imagine the comms at that point were probably not all that calm. But we now have a couple of big questions going into game 2. We're gonna finally have an idea of, okay, where does our first game fall out, and really what have our players learned from this first game? Are we gonna see more contested landings? Are we gonna see targeting of, you know, top teams this early in the tournament to try to force them out? Do any of the early exiting teams adjust their strategies in any way, shape, or form? Because it's only been 1 game. We still have 5 more to go, but the amount of knowledge that you gain from just that first game is huge in terms of making adjustments for the rest of the day.
Absolutely. Yeah. I guarantee you everybody's looking, at least, you know, if you're in the top 10, I mean, at a minimum, you're looking at where these teams are landing. You're paying attention. Even if you're dropping early, you're still trying to figure out where these teams are dropping in front of you. Are they landing Fragment? Are they landing Climatizer? Where are we going to be contested Skyhook? We had a lot of people landing over in Lava City. So yeah, I think that we are going to see a lot more contesting, honestly. Maybe not in the next game, but I would say by game 4, when things start to get a little bit more dire, I think we're going to see a lot more teams landing on each other. It's going to be a lot more gunfights early on, because teams are going to want those early KP. They're going to be wanting to chase those top teams down and get them knocked out before they can even hit top 15.
Oh no, absolutely, absolutely. Especially if you know the points are tight, as we're getting into our final 2 or 3 games, that will be a big thing. We are just waiting on the scoreboard here momentarily. Our ops team in our ear right now is telling us they are compiling scores as we speak. So I guess the biggest question I want to ask before we hop into the scoreboard, Battery, what was your favorite part of that game? Because for me, I think it's Weeby Beeman making that rotation out of Geyser in a fight that could have been game ending, out top 19, to come back, rotate around the entire map, and finish top 5.
After landing over in survey camp to begin with, they rotated past Epicenter over into Geyser to get those kills. So they made a risky play to begin with, but I agree. That was one of my favorite parts. They go in there, they get the kills, they pick up a ton of kill points, and then they hit the bricks and they're back out and they're placing for the top 7.
Exactly. No, it's a great moment. CCO and Inferno White playing their positions in almost perfectly was amazing. And Trolls as well, making that very strong rotation out of the very south end of the map into the very top end of the map as well. There was a lot of crazy stuff that happened there. I believe, yes, if I'm hearing from our team, we've got our top 10 scores up right now. So we're going to hop on over to the scoreboard, see how our first game is shaken out for our top 10 as we get the rest of these scores compiled. All right, and just like that, top 10, CCO, 18 points for game 1. Inferno White right behind them at 17. Trolls at 14. Weeby Beeman, they were out at it looks like 4th, so they have 12. Schmoogman Squad with 9. US Army Academy with 7. Ignite, Terraform, Broth, Swagivison, Enough and More, Goats, and everyone else rounding out the bottom 10. But here's something we have to talk. And now here's the big thing we have to talk about. 18 points is not a insurmountable lead. That's not a huge lead for game 1. In some of our qualifier lobbies, we had teams that had 18 kills, which is just 18 points alone. So these lobbies are still very, very tight. This is still very, very winnable by any team. You need to have one pop-off game and you are there.
Yeah, literally. Any team that's watching, any fans that are watching, if you see your team with 0 points, we're telling you right now, it is not over. A win is 12 points. That automatically would put you up in the top 5 if one of these top teams ended up dropping early. So
exactly.
Got to keep that fire. You got to keep that burn to want to win, because you can still place top 5. You can still get those kill points. We got 5 games left. Got plenty of time to come back and make a statement. We've had teams come from the trenches and go all the way to the tippy top. It happens all the time. So
exactly, and
I can't wait to see the movement.
And something we have to talk about as well is that when you think about it, kill points are very important here. If you wipe, especially early game, if you wipe 1-2 squads just off the rip, that is already 6 points. That's enough to basically be the equivalent of a 5th, 6th place finish in the lobby itself. And every placement you get from there is just bigger and bigger and bigger. So if you're one of these more aggressive teams, wants to take a little bit of an earlier fight, maybe that could be a big thing you can do, because if you can end the game with like 5 or 6 kills and a top 5 or 6 finish here, then you're going to be in a position where you can absolutely, knock one of these teams off with literally one good game.
Oh, I'm excited to see these ending, these little tiny fights at the end. These 4 squads. I think it's going to be. I mean, we might see the same teams for a couple of games, but I got a feeling we're gonna have a few surprises in the top 4 when we're in that final circle and all the Gibby bubbles are going down and the comms are going crazy and the Evas are going bananas. Yeah, I think we're gonna have some awesome finishes here. I think we're gonna have some surprises. Look for Inferno Black.
Again, even these small, even these like current first game scores, it's still very tight. Top 4 is separated by 1 fight, really. 1 fight, 1 team wipe. Top 5 through 10 also just separated by a fight or 2. So again, one good game. We've talked about it a couple times. One good game. All you need to really put yourself on the map when it comes to, you know, game 2 and game 3, because game 1, like if we're being completely honest, game 1 is a bit of a warm-up. You're figuring out, okay, these are brand new competitors, these are brand new teams, we've never played against any of these people before. Now you got a little knowledge, now you got a little bit of zhuzh, you kind of have an idea of what you want to do game 2. Maybe you're already talking about changing things up between games 1 and game 2. You've got an idea of the leaderboard, who you want to target, and you can now start paying attention and adjusting your strategy accordingly. So I would really not be surprised if we see some drastic changes. I would not be surprised if we see some drastic changes going into game 2.
Yep. Anything that you see right now, especially I would say, you know, 7th, well, let's see, 2, 4. So I would say 5th and below, that is going to be whatever you see here. I guarantee you it's not going to be the same order after this next game. We're going to see a big shakeup.
And just so everyone's aware of how this works, because again, brand new tournament format. Again, if you've watched ALGS, then you're going to be very familiar for this. The scoring is 1 point per kill. First place gets you 12. Second place gets you 9. So on and so forth down until we get to our top 20. In terms of total points across the board, just looking at this real quick, first place is 12, second place 9, third place 7, fourth place 5, fifth place 4, and then 6th, 7th, 8th, 10th, 11th, 15th, and 16th through 20th get 3, 2, 1, and 0 points respectively. But speaking of 0 points, something we have to talk about before we hop into our next game, Battery. USAE, they've won 2 of Grassroots Gaming's kill race tournaments, and they won the Terraform kill race tournament. Yep. 0 points, game 1.
Not worried about it.
Here's the thing. There's 2 ways this could go. It's a flip of a coin at this one. Either that one just completely throws your mental off, and you know, you have to really work hard to get that back, because we've seen it happen to some of the best teams in multiple tournaments. Or that's going to light a fire under you, and we are about to see in game 2 USAE just absolutely pop off in terms of what they're going to do this game.
I think if they can land and get better RNG, I think they're going to be just fine. I think that having gray armor did them no favors last time. Get them to have blue at a minimum before their first fight. It's going to be a totally different story.
Game 2 is going to be the big story for a couple of these teams. Can CCO maintain? Can Inferno White continue their excellent strategy and rotations? Can USAE recover? All of those things are going to be big going into our next game. That's going to be a big thing going into going into next game is, how do our top teams maintain? What do our lower ranked teams do to change up strategy? Especially because we're talking like 15 of these 20 teams were the best of their lobby.
Yep.
So we have some incredibly tight competition across the board.
Yeah, these end games, game 4, 5, and 6 is where we're going to start seeing the real separations and discrepancies in the scoreboard. These first 3 games are, I believe the first 3 games are your footing games. I know that we talked about just the game 1 being your footing game, but I think that the first 3 games are really where you're going to establish your landing spot, your confidence, who you're dropping on, where you're going to be picking up weapons, all that stuff, so that you're ready to fight for games 4, 5, and 6.
Absolutely. That is going to be a big part of the next game. And just checking in with our ops team, I believe we are getting ready to get game 2 started shortly. 2 minutes. We are 2 minutes away from game time for game 2. So, Battery, as we hop back over before we get started, what I'm curious to hear from you is, what are you most excited about going into game 2? Wait.
Oh, go. It's gonna take a little bit, but I'm excited for this, for ring 4 going into ring 5. That exact moment, it doesn't matter where it is on the map. that ring shrinking from 4 to 5 is going to be my favorite, because that's when the panic sets in. That's when we got 9 to 10 teams left. That's when the gunfights start going down. That's when the action happens. So I'm really looking forward to that moment.
Absolutely. We had 12 teams in Ring 4. And granted, like we talked about, that Ring 4, as soon as it tightens up, that is going to shrink down very, very quickly, very, very shortly. So we saw it go from 12 to basically 5 pretty much instantaneously. But like we've talked about, these games, they play much, much slower. They do, it kind of changes the nature of Apex a little bit in terms of how these things kick off, how these things play. So a lot of things that are going to be, what I think I'm most excited about is what some of these teams that are in like your 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th are going to do, because you know where you stand, you know what you have to do, and you know what you're working with. So the strategy changes, I think, are going to be the interesting thing. And you said that you're pretty sure you're going to see a lot of contesting. I'm going to counter you on this. I think we're going to see a much slower opening this time. I think game 1, I think that's where you have your time to like contest your fights, again, feel things out. But again, still a lot of Apex to be played today. But
absolutely,
for each game that ticks down, that is less and less room to really act upon everything that's happening in the lobby. I would not be surprised to see games 2 and 3 slow down a lot as people try to pick their locations, pick their spots, and then just ramp up to a photo finish going into games 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah, actually. Well, I'm not going to say I agree with you. Actually, I want to go. I want to see what happens here.
Well, again, we are gonna find out. We are gonna find out very shortly. The lobby is spinning up right now. We are probably about 90 seconds away from game 2, so it's exciting across the board. But I think if there's let's do this as we count down for the lobby. Your 2 teams to watch going to this next lobby.
Inferno White, US Army Esports.
All right, I'm going to pick long-standing favorite of mine, Trolls. I love the Trolls. I love Isabella. Shout out to you guys. And I think CCO, they came out of nowhere. Let's see if they can keep ahead of the pack. But we are going to hop over right now. Game 2 is getting started. All right, and coming in just at character selection here. Now let's see, are there any big changes? We have our first seer on the board, but still a lot of what we were originally seeing. A lot of caustic play here.
Yeah.
A lot of caustic play, a lot of Gibby play. No surprise there.
It looks like we're getting a lot of Gibby caustic. I'm sorry, Gibby Octane Bloodhound metas right now. And if you're not using Octane, then you're using Caustic. So Caustic, Bloodhound, Gibby.
Absolutely.
This is I can't lie. I love the fat man. I got a lot of people that tell me when I had my long hair that I look like him, and that I have gas like him. So you know.
I mean, as GG Lambo, one of our back-end ops guys, would tell you, he is also a fan of Caustic. At one point, the number 3 Caustic on all of console, and the number 9 Caustic in all of Apex for Season 0, and still to this day, I believe, still to this day, I believe, is still in the top 15 on pistol kills alone on Caustic. That man grinded out that Season 0 wingman in ways that really can't be described.
Man, Season 0 wingman, what a time to be alive. If you didn't play during Season 0 with the wingman, I'm telling you, you missed out on an absolute. You think the L-Star is overpowered right now? Oh my goodness, you've never seen that.
To be fair, when everything's overpowered, is anything actually overpowered? Because that's really the question. But already US Army Esports, we talked about this, they are picking a very early fight, and already gets 1 knock there. Barely Asian trying to get these shots and get that finish, and oh yes, they are wasting 0 time right now. Gibby pushing in. That is yeah, they are, looks like they are taking out the Neon right there. I'm not sure if they're fighting 1 or 2 teams here right now. No, it looks like they're just fighting 1 team and just clearing out Fragment at this point. It's just hunting down whatever this last member of this team might be. But
there he is,
and there he is, and like that, a team wipe and kill lead out the gate from USAE. They are not taking any chances in game 2. Not unlike what you said, aggression seems to be the name of the game, at least at the start of game 2.
U.S. Army Esports, like I said, I think that they were really upset in a good way. Upset that they finished that last game with no points, and you said it'll make it or break it with you. You either let it burn your confidence in game 1, or you let it light a fire under your butt, and you come out swinging. And Nami2 just came out with the R9 and said, "Howdy doody, I'm picking up 3 of your booties."
That is indeed what happened. What I want to do now is, because we did get a very early fight there, like to pull the map up, see what we are looking at for this circle. We've got an eastern circle. Oh, and a big fight happening. It looks over at Harvester. That might be 2 or 3 teams popping off immediately. So the thought process that things were going to go a little bit slower here, just being thrown to the wind in game 2. Inferno White. This is actually a very dangerous position for our number 2 squad there from last game. And yes, making the very smart rotation to just get out of dodge at that point, because you do not want to be caught between, we got Ignite here and whoever they are fighting up on the hill as well. So a dangerous spot to be in for all of these teams.
If you're top 5 right now and you have gray armor, there is listen, what are you doing? Don't be fighting right now. There's no way that you're gonna get out of there. And those kind of plays, those are the kind of plays.
And there was just a ping at the top of Harvester here from Shade. I'm not sure if there's actually somebody here or if they were just a little jumpy given the position they were all just in. But okay, Inferno Black at the other end of Harvester. So that might have been the team they thought they saw, but oh, and the scan goes off. Oh, this is very risky for Inferno Black, though. 2 gray armors across the board.
And a Peter and a Peacekeeper. Oh,
Beautiful shots, though, there out of the Octane. Looks like they might have been able... Oh, yeah, still catching them. What is this rotation right now? They are just free farming damage right now. They are up. Oh, that Gibby is about to go down. Yes, but that
Arc Star comes in. Gibby did go down.
Huge arc star on. No, Inferno was able to get them. Looks like they were able to clean up Shado. Zansuki able to get that clean up there. So that is at least 1 kill there for Inferno Black. Able to get a beautiful flank. Fully rips the shields there on this other team here. But no, okay, trades out there. Caustic goes down. This is again very dangerous spot because if that Caustic fully goes down, their gas cover is gone, and the Bloodhound gone as well. Shots here. This Octane trying their best to put the team entirely on their back and finish this fight. The door play is really what's coming down to it. Beautiful shot from the shotgun, and they clean them up. Inferno Black by the skin of their teeth.
The Mastiff, man, I will say the door play was really funny, but listen, Inferno Black, they're not messing around. The Mastiff comes out, says, bam! Cleans it up, easy squad wipe. We got what, 3 KP on that, and they're able to pick up meds and
full squad wipe there.
Huge.
All right, and this is USAE. They are just holding this rotation against Team Instinct, one of our new competitors here. Instinct was one of our, I believe, top 3 teams in one of the lobbies too. So this is a very strong fight we could see here as well. But one of the conversations we have to have, Battery, USAE barely scraped by in their lobby. Like, so we're talking like in terms of overall performance, yes, they've had a better game 2 to start, but I'm curious if that's also weighing them on them a little bit. They were one of the teams, they struggled a little bit during qualifier lobbies. They kind of barely got in, and now they're just starting to kind of find their form in game 2. But they burned the Gibby bubble. That's actually huge. This bubble fight is gonna be make or break. I see some broken shields here. This Eva 8 play, amazing, but unfortunately the Octane does go down. Oh no, the Bloodhound at HP there. This Bloodhound needs to be very careful.
Is that Nami2 with 6?
Oh my goodness.
I can't tell. Is that 6 and 3?
That looks like that's 4 and 2. 6 kills for USAE. They have come to play in game 2. Yeah,
you know what? Okay, so I'm glad I got that right, because They were coming for cheeks, and they're not stopping. They've got 6 KP right now with what, 4 squads down or 5 squads down? Is that 15 remaining?
Yep, that looks like 15 or 16 squads. 15, 16 squads remaining here. CCO right now, very comfortable. It looks like they were just behind a team here in Countdown, but yeah, things are still very, very tight going into what looks like our first circle finally closing.
Yeah, CCO's in a wonderful spot up there over in, I believe that was Countdown. They got the caustic traps there. I saw an L-Star with an EVA 8. They've got the area locked down. I feel bad if anybody makes the mistake and pushes them over there because it's going to get smelly and it's going to be a quick death.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think I saw some teams possibly launch off of the geyser over there that those guys were just pushing in on Gods of Olympus, but oh, we are in a fight with enough and more. It looks like they are being edge held here outside of Lava Siphon. So curious to see what this rotation turns into. Yes, some beautiful shots into the larger building here by enough and more. Now, if we can get a quick look at the map real quick, I want to see how dangerous this rotation is going to be before this fight finishes, because that is going to be very telling. Oh, this is a very, very rough rotation for all of these teams. That is
5, 6,
70% of the lobby outside of Ring right now. This is getting...
On this south end over here, we have 9 teams out of circle. Only one of those 9 is close to Ring and will not have to fight and can literally gatekeep this entire time. Yeah, only one.
And every single one of these teams is going to be running into at least one other team pushing in.
Namito just picked up 3 more kills. Oh my gosh. Broth just got wiped.
Out.
That's 9.
Broth is out.
USAE.
Oh no, USAE came to play this game, but Weeby Beeman, this is a dangerous spot for them to be in as well, because they are also pushing into at least one, possibly 2 teams here. Again, like we've talked about, these rotations, they get dangerous. You have to be very careful with where you're going, and they're also down a teammate. They cannot get they cannot get their caustic back, which that's actually huge given given how many caustics we've seen in the meta thus far today, and making the smart play, just rotating out, but gets beamed. Oh no, their namesake has turned against them, just getting picked out of the air. They have to be very, very careful with this. They have a massive number of octane pads to work with, though. Let's see if they can make this rotation and get out, but this is very dangerous for Weeby Beeman, because if that other team has even an inkling where they are, I am sure they're going to get hunted regardless of how deep in the storm they might be. But
yeah, right now the smart play is to take this balloon, but unfortunately it looks like Pug has moved past the balloon, is not going to be able to take it, so I think they're going to try and walk this, which I'm not sure is too smart, since they're already still in storm and there's less than 35 seconds until the second storm starts moving.
Exactly. Team IQ here making a very smart rotation, burning that Gibby ult, possibly defensively, actually using it for what it's designed for. But this is an excellent rotation.
USAE just wiped out CCO. Namito with a 3-piece again.
We have to when we have a chance, let's hop back over to USAE. We need to see what their kill total is right now, because that is absolutely insane. They are farming this lobby. Wow, I couldn't have been any more wrong. CCO got absolutely obliterated out of this room. USAE 8 into 10 kills. 10 kills from USAE alone to start this game. They are not messing around anymore, but they are in a fight right now, and control of Countdown is going to be paramount, I think, to this final circle. So between these 2 teams, who wins this fight, that could be the deciding factor, because here's the thing that's still dangerous for USAE. 13 squads are still up. This would only be the equivalent of a 12-point game if they go down here. Like, it's an excellent recovery from game 1 to 2. Mm-hmm. That's not even enough to get you into top 5 yet. Yeah, you still, even with all this KP, like, listen, if I'm USAE right now, I believe that they're sitting on between 11 and 12 kills, because if I'm not mistaken, I saw Nami2 had 8, and I believe somebody else before we switched had 3. So they're either sitting on between 10 and 12 KP. You are going... Whoa, oh, no. Unfortunate. Weeby Beaming just got knocked to circle. It was probably going to happen. We could have made the assumption, but you know, they made the best attempt they could with the rotation. Now, here's a big question. Here's a big thing to talk about. Inferno Black, who won that initial fight massive in Harvester that basically set them up to be in the strong position they are now. They're the team now contesting USAE, and I would say if there's a team that can possibly stop USAE's run at this point, it's definitely Inferno Black, given how beautifully they took that fight. And at that point, just knowing that you can hit that 1v3, that little boost of confidence that you have right there, that might just be enough, because I imagine USAE, they're feeling probably a little cocky, they're feeling good, they're having their bounce back game.
Nabito just dropped another one.
If you can just take advantage of that, Halo, let's jump back to Inferno Black and USAE, because if that was somebody going down from either of those teams, that's actually huge for that fight and could be the deciding factor for who controls Countdown. And
it looks like IQ is gonna drop as well. Nighthawk's picking up a bombardment. There's another wipe for USAE.
USAE, that might have been Inferno Black. That is actually huge if you look at the kill feed there. Though Inferno White right now, they have got a big
10.
Oh my
goodness. Got 10, he's got 4. Oh my gosh, they're at 14 right now. They're at 14 with 11 squads left.
14 with 11. Now here's where the placements really start to come into play. Okay, so they eliminated Kaizen's team right there. They did not eliminate Inferno Black. That was Schmovement's squad that they knocked out there. So Inferno Black still has a chance to completely edge them out, and USAE has just given up Countdown entirely. They decided to move into Skyhook to try to farm some more kills. This could be dangerous right here. Oh, Terraform GG in the middle of a big fight right here. Beautiful shots out of that Volt right there.
Looks like I've been seeing a few of their names pop up in the kill feed. It looks like they're pushing to what is the former train station right now. Some shots coming in. Oh, Nighthawk and Vera are gonna pick up kills. And that might be a team wipe.
That was, I believe, if that's not a team wipe, but they were fighting enough and more there. So that is a big elimination if they were able to clean it up. And that takes us, it takes us down from 11 to 10. So that is, we are in our top 10 squads here. So this has been a very, very aggressive game. Let's take a quick look at the map real quick, because we know it's closing on Countdown, and yeah, it's getting tighter and tighter. This Countdown fight is going to be very, very deadly. We already have some teams jockeying for position over from Lava Fisher to try to get into that rotation, but there is a lot of stuff going on. And yes,
right on the corner.
Oh no! Oh,
what happened?
No, they just got caught out, and the trolls are pushing in. Old Faithful, and they are, the shots just barely. There's Cubones pushing from behind, and they're able to get the elimination.
Wow.
Nyx, Cubones, Axel, but that circle damage is getting dangerous, and the Wraith is just able to get out, as does the Blood.
Wow, that is the luckiest. Wow, that was
what a push. What a push.
Oh, we hopped to Nighthawk too late. I didn't see what happened.
I'm not. They might have. It looks like they might have just got. He might have been caught looting or something. I don't know, but they just unfortunately got caught out. No, Mamba for life. The bubble goes down, but they are caught again. Inferno Black still holding that perfect position, but Mamba for life. They are rotating back into ring, and I don't. They're just trying to deny kills at this point, I think. Yep. I think he misjudged the damage there. I really think he misjudged the damage. There. We're gonna get right back into this game real quick, folks. But we gotta talk. Trolls with that beautiful push outside of ring and barely holding on at the end there. That was bold.
That was an interesting play. I will say, they almost griefed their own game going for some KPs. So
They absolutely did. They absolutely did. On board now. This is a rough fight. Oh no! So
he
just pushes right, and Goats. Unfortunately, the wrong time to push up in there. But all those blue armors down low. Let's see. Goats have now implemented the rat strat to try to survive into the top 5. Inferno Black still perfectly positioned this entire time. It seems no matter what Inferno squad we are on. No matter what game, they are always well positioned. I am not 100% sure if we could get.
Did we miss something?
If we can get a word from back end ops team, let us know if USAE is still in this, because if they're not, that's actually huge.
Yeah, that would mean that they fell between 6 and 10, and. No, they're still
there
up.
They are. They are still here. Still contesting countdown here. They are just picking every possible fight they can. The confidence on this team right now is insane. It's like watching a whole different squad from game 1 to 2. A beautiful thing. You love to see it, but they are stuck between 2 right now. So this is where the danger begins.
And they're gonna get fired. Oh, the bubble goes down perfectly because the enemy bubble goes away immediately. Friendly bubble goes down, and they're able to push that team away and hold this door. So now they only have to worry about one side coming in,
and the circle came to them,
edge.
And the circle just came to them.
Wow.
It is officially, I mean, I think we can probably say it's been USAE's game to lose since about halfway through it, but it is 100% USAE's game to lose at this point. They have the positioning, they have the Gibby ult, they have the Gibby bubble. They are very well positioned at this point to make this happen. And Inferno Black, they rolled the dice. Unfortunately, came up snake eyes for them. So let's see what their rotation is going to look like to try to make this work, because if you've been paying attention, you know, you've been watching that kill feed, you know USAE has been racking it up this entire game.
Oh yeah, and they're just looking for more. I mean, you can tell right now Olazy is just spam pinging the enemies. They want these kills so bad. They have at least 2 right off the bat. I know that Olazy and that Nami2 are above 1100 damage right now. As you can see, Namito is almost at 1500. They are itching for it.
Absolutely, they are. Trolls have found just a corner to hide in. Oh my goodness, they are playing this beautifully just underneath USAE. This is actually a great position to be in, because I have a feeling, like, again, we'll see if this is Caster's curse at this point, but I don't think that circle is going to stay on that building. I think this is going to pull out into the center, and that could actually set Trolls up for a massive play right now. I think, oh no, okay, I was about to say, I think they've just spotted the last bit of Goats. Beautiful out of Axel here, just lasering. Your shields are mine, they say. And Trolls just farming damage, gets a red right when you need it. Axel, my goodness.
Is that John Wick holding that R301? Good lord, those were laser beams.
It might be. John Wick is apparently a small woman who can teleport through space and time these days. But oh my god, the shots. Inferno Black are still in this, and they are still playing this beautifully. They have that caustic gas to work with to advance on, and they have the ult. That ult is actually going to be huge if they save it for final rotation, or if they use it right away. And I was wrong, it does actually pull a little towards the building, so this could be dangerous indeed. And it looks like Trolls just got spotted as well. So now the question becomes, how does Trolls rotate out of this? How does Trolls rotate out of this? Yeah, everybody knows where everybody is at this point.
I don't think that there's going to be a rotation out of this. If you want to be completely honest, I think that this is going to boil that. I say, so because Trolls is down low, let's see, they don't have any movement characters. Oh, I mean, they have Wraith, but unfortunately no high movement characters. This is a bad spot for them. This is going to come down to the top 3 teams. Wait, did USAE just give up? Oh no! They have a pad. They have a pad.
This is US Academy. US Academy here, and they have the Valkyrie as well. So a lot of movement here, but that Valkyrie ult is dangerous. This is actually going to come down to how USAE plays this, because Trolls can portal up from underneath, but USAE is watching that. But the big thing that Trolls has is they can play edge of circle, and if they wanted to, technically, if they wanted to, I think they still have just enough room to snake around and try to sneak behind on the bridge. But no, they are taking this fight here to try to get up, and they might have been able to pull it off. They're forcing the Bloodhound ult out of this. Yes, no, they were able to get up almost uncontested. What is going on with the rest of the teams? They are just giving up this free real estate. USAE, now here's the danger we kind of talked about, Battery. They are between two different teams just in front of them, and now they also have Trolls at their back. This is starting to get dangerous, especially, oh my god, Trolls just lighting up Inferno Black. I'm seeing down shields over there. They knocked at least one, maybe two, but no, here comes USAE. USAE, Trolls goes down, the Bloodhound goes down, but they have red armor against purples here, so this is actually gonna be a massive fight.
Oh, another armor down.
Axel is forced to warp out, and Nyx down on the bottom, but Axel is able to get out and drop back down low. That's actually huge, but USAE should be able to get their teammates up from that. No, down goes, I believe that's Inferno. No, that was US Academy that goes down. USAE still holding here up top 3. Defensive bombardment. They have made
with the drop. He's got the R3-1.
Made top 3 here. Vortex is just split up top 2. That means this is Trolls versus USAE at this point. I believe Trolls is still, oh no, but their Gibby goes down to the defensive bombardment. Now where is the rest of this team? What is going on? This is going down to a heal off. This is going to go down completely to a heal off here at the very end. No, okay, no. Oh, circle is still closing here. I don't know. Looks like it closed there for a second. No, oh, this is dead. Trolls, and they are just dropping down, but no, what is going on here? Trolls is out, and they are going for the shots. What is USAE doing? Okay,
yes, they did. Okay,
they left their Gibby up top. They left their Gibby up top.
I was gonna say,
confused. I was so confused for a moment.
I thought that they just full sent that all 3 of them.
It's just like W keying into final ring when you have height, guys. I'm so confused.
Oh man. Well, can I just point out that the 2 teams that I said to look at, I think that they finished top 3. I think Infernal White ended up taking out Infernal Black before dropping to Trolls.
You might be right there. We're gonna have to take a look, but real quick, everybody, we're gonna hop back over because we're gonna be taking a short. All right, everybody. That is game 2 in the books. Our stats people are currently updating the leaderboard as we speak. We are going to take a brief 5-10 minute break here, give times for stats to compile, give room for our competitors, get some water, go to the bathroom, just take a moment to let that adrenaline sort of flow out of you, given how crazy the end of that game was. We will be back very shortly, 5 or 10 minutes. We will see you there. Welcome back, everybody. That is the first breakdown and 2 games in the books. We have 4 to go. Battery, that was a hell of a game too.
Oh, that was awesome. Wow. That was... Okay, so USAE must have heard me say something because they came out with a vengeance.
Monster of a game. Now, let's not say anything. Let's just go to what everyone wants to see, the scoreboard. And just like that, USAE 31 points in game 2, 19 kills with a first place finish. Trolls right behind them, 15 points. And Inferno White going out at 8th in game 2. They had a rough game 2. But all of these teams, like we said, these points across the board, this is still a very, very tight race. Top 3 is separated by maybe 2 team wipes. Top 4 through 6 separated by basically the same amount. We're in a very tight race here.
Can I just say that USAE has more points in one game than the Trolls and CCO combined?
I know that's insane. They popped off. The next 3 teams, they have more points than them combined. Like our USAE, absolutely. Like we said, it was a flip of the coin and it came up heads because they just went off last game in ways that really cannot be described. Honestly though, I would say this because we already kind of had an idea, feast or famine when it comes to USAE. I would say the big story of that last game is Trolls and Inferno White, because we have Inferno White who took a 2nd place finish in the first game, out at 8th with only 2 KP. Trolls consistent across 2 games, 14 and 15. And we haven't really talked about it that much so far, but like almost every single event, you're gonna have that pop-off game. Like it's just baked in. Like there's that one team that just always goes insane. But it's the consistent teams. It is the consistent teams that we see time and time and time again that are going to be the ones that end up taking it in the end. And we can even see that. USAE has had 1 good game. Trolls have had 2. And if Trolls just keeps having good game after good game after good game, I could see them overtaking at this point.
I agree. I do agree with that. If we see a 3rd game in this, I would say no less than 14, but between 14 and 20 point range again, Trolls are going to be the most consistent. They have the highest chance of winning. Even if USAE has more games, not saying 31 point games, even if they continue to have good games, I think the Trolls' ability to stay consistent all the way to game 6 could be the determining factor between finishing 1st and 3rd.
A couple of things we also have to talk about. Inferno Black had statistically one of the larger point jumps along with Gods of Olympus. So both of them really throwing themselves up that leaderboard as well. And just given their performance overall, they could also be threats coming into this. Academy, they've also been fairly consistent, 7 and 10. Weeby Beeman, that late rotation, that really got them at the end there. But I think so the big story going into game 3 is this is a recovery game for a couple of teams. Inferno White, CCO, Weeby Beeman, all of them did very well in game 1. And game 2 was just not their friend. So the big thing that we're going to have to ask is how do you recover on that one? Because they probably felt amazing. They were probably feeling great going into game 2. And then it just like that, it just went out the window.
Say the only thing they need to change, because when we were running the qualifiers, they were in our qualifying group. I remember watching them play. They did the same thing in the qualifier. They are a late rotational team. They wait to the last possible second, and if they have the ability to, they will go back and all the way back into Storm without any issue and make a gigantic rotation even in round 2 and round 3. I've seen it happen. We just saw it happen going in round 3, round 4, and unfortunately it cost them their lives. But I've seen them rotate out of, what was that, Lava Siphon?
We saw them rotate from, I believe during the qualifier, we saw them rotate all the way from Overlook completely around through Storm to launch site to come out on Tree, and then they took top 2 in that game. So yeah, when it works, it works. Yes. But you hit the nail really well on the head there. You can only do those long rotates about ring 2 and that's it. No amount of meds gets you through 3, and and since they took fast healing off of the gold shield, there's no med that exists that gets you through ring 4 like that. So when it happens, I think we have a perfect example of what we saw here. Game 1, they were able to hit their rotations exactly how they wanted to. Game 2, they weren't, and you can see the point disparity right there for Weeby Beeman.
Absolutely. Consistency. This next game is going to, okay. Infernal White, CCO, Weeby Beeman, Schmovement Squad, Ignite, Terraform. This next game is imperative to the way the rest of this tournament is going to go for them. There are too many teams right now that are playing consistently or are continuously showing better play for them to play good, bad, good, bad, good, bad. We need all those teams to start really pushing, really playing for that position, really going for the smart plays and smart kills. Don't ape everything. Wait until that last circle.
I'm really expecting us to see some strategy changes going into game 3 at this point. Because here's the thing. I would not be shocked at all if people have been paying attention. I would not be shocked at all to see somebody try to grief USAE off rip.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely. You don't post that kind of game without catching some heat in the next lobby.
100%. They are public enemy number 1. As soon as they end up on that kill feed.
Someone's going for them. As soon as you see their name pop up, they are going to be hunted. And I would not be surprised if we see some legend changes just in reaction to how these other top teams have been playing. I would not be surprised if we see some counter picks very specifically for Trolls, USAE, Inferno White. I could imagine CCO, because I believe where CCO lands, they have opportunity to contest USAE and Fragment. So I would not be surprised if we see some big changes across the board when it comes to how game 3 plays out, because we're gonna hop back over real quick as we get this game started. But the real question is, and this is the big thing, game 3 is really the last game you have a chance to make big changes, because once you're in game 4, if you're not certain with what you're doing and you're just playing your game, if you haven't found your rhythm by game 4, you really have to start doing some drastic things to kind of regain that momentum. At that point, I would say, like, we've talked about a little bit in kill races, but like the time limit remaining, you are really running out of time after game 3. There's not a lot left.
Yeah, you're gonna start seeing, if you start seeing teams in that 8th to 12th spot that are really trying to push for that top 3 spot, you're gonna see them contesting everywhere. They're not gonna go to their normal landing sites. They're going to be following as many people as they can. They're going to be going to the highly populated areas just to try and pick up kill points and be that last team out. Even if it's just 2, if there's 5 teams that land there and they're the last team that lives, that means that they outlived 4 other teams. They're hoping that it's one of those top teams.
And that's big. If you can out, even if you're not picking up huge numbers of KP and you're just outliving a large fight, that's loot, that's guns, that's meds. Lobby has been spun up, ladies and gentlemen. We are hopping into game 3. All right, now something we do have to talk about, because for those of you, again, this is going to be the first time a lot of you have seen private lobbies. Crafting rotation changes every single game. We have purple barrel and we have the turbocharger in the crafter. So the devotion, a viable play for game 3, and that could be big. The Devo is still just as powerful as it ever was. Now, looking at these legend picks right now, not seeing a lot of big changes. Still only 1 seer on the board. So it looks like everybody is sticking with what they know for now. So it might be game 4 where we start to see our big changes, Battery.
Yeah. Also, talking about the crafting, I also noticed that the purple helmet and the purple backpack are also in the crafter right now. And so that is going to force a lot of teams. Look, blue backpacks are great. Gold backpacks are rare. Purple backpacks are going to be that perfect in between where you're going to want to hold a lot of grenades, especially for end game. You're going to see a lot of teams crafting, I believe. let's. Oh, sorry, really quick. I see a lot of teams headed right now over to.
We're gonna have some contesting at Skyhook, Climatizer as well, but the big question is going to be Fragment, because that is where USAE lands every time. Are they going to get contested off drop? It looks like, okay, it looks like they're taking Fragment West, and there's another team taking Fragment East. So this could be the big fight. Thermal Station in the south, which is has been a very popular drop. That has trolls are still getting contested off drop every time. That is a big thing. And we still have a bunch of teams all around Skyhook, Countdown, and Lava Fisher too.
Team just landed Lava Siphon late, by the way. That is not good.
Ooh, somebody did not get their preferred drop there. That is going to be a concerning thing. USAE looks like, okay, they're uncontested for now, so it looks like nobody is going very aggressive off the rip. If we're looking at, and we were talking about Tree Instinct able to get some fight off here. They are fighting Mamba for life right now. Oh my goodness, this iron sight longbow.
Spicy longbow Andy with a 48. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness, Instinct is just popping off right now. Looks like they might have gotten the down off the iron sight longbow. My goodness, that was beautiful shots right there.
Chris Kyle, is that you? Good grief.
And yeah, no, it looks like this is going to be two teams here. That was OTI Chaos right there. So I'm curious, that's Mamba for life down, I believe, entirely. And they were an amazing team in our qualifier lobbies, but they have just not been having the best start to their day. I'm honestly, Battery, I think this will be a topic of conversation when we get into the next lobby, but I think they've just got to swap their strategy at this point. Whatever they're currently doing, it's not working the way they want it to. I think it's time for a change.
They have to do something, because unfortunately now, being the first team down, they're sitting at 0 points in the standings, possibly 1 point. Three games in, they got to do something.
Now, here's the thing. This is a big fight right here. Ignite, I believe they're chasing down trolls. So this could actually be huge if they could pull this off. But looks like they're getting shot from across the way. Okay, if we look at the kill feed, Axel did just go down. This is actually massive for Ignite here. If they can get even just Axel finished, that puts trolls on the back foot. Literally 19 teams into this game. That is okay. They did finish Axel. Trolls are in a very rough spot right now. They're not going to be able to retrieve that banner. And Axel, that is their wraith. That is their only transportation in terms of legends for this entire game. That is a big pickup here for Ignite.
Yeah, that is. So you know that Ignite's gonna banner camp. They're taking some shots a little bit right now. We switched over to USI Army Esports here as they're fighting on the bridge.
Okay, and this will be the big fight of this game so far. USAE, they've got that blue armor. You talked about that perfectly last game, Battery. When they have confidence, they are good, but they are not being as aggressive as they probably have been in the past. I don't think they're feeling gun shy, but I think that they're feeling better about their position. They don't have to force fights in the way they were last game. So I'm curious to see what they do here. They also have the circle to work with as well, but the big question becomes, if this team they're fighting can finish them off, that will be big. And Academy going up here against Enough and More. My personal favorite drop of Overlook. Beautiful shots out of that flat line. This Valkyrie getting very aggressive. Enough and More might be in a rough spot here, because the grain silos are not your friends when you are not on the baking team. And
Team IQ just dropped.
Did they just lose? Where is Enough and More? Oh, and there we go. I was supposed to say, it's like, did you just lose them? Those shots are beautiful.
There they go.
And there we go. Enough and more.
Went down.
Enough and more also having a rough time. That also is probably a team that, because Enough and More were, I think, the number 2 team in Lobby A during our qualifiers. So they also, I think, are going to need to make themselves a little bit of a strategy change here. But Weeby Beeman, okay, we've talked about this before. Weeby Beeman, they are in a very excellent spot. Not necessarily on the rotation they might want to be, but purple armor across the board. They've got economy with their ultimates as well. I'm just really curious to see how they're going to play this, because they're not taking a fight I was really expecting them to do. People out in the open, you've got the edge to play with. I'm curious if Weeby Beeman is feeling a little bit of a lack of confidence after game 2.
They might, and it also looks like, let's see, what do we got here? We've got a wingman mastiff setup. Yeah, that's not ideal.
It's not the best.
Not for Caustic. I don't feel like you want to be running the wingman. I feel like you want to be running something else automatic, especially if you're going to be sitting in here holding this building, or while you're rotating, dropping traps and everything like that. You're going to want something like R9, a Prowler, Flatline R301. So yeah, I'm feeling that confidence level here is probably a little low for them. After,
well, but here's the thing. As we hop over to Inferno Black, here's the thing we got to talk about, Battery. They're doing their long rotation. They're going all the way around Skyhook. They're going to take that balloon. So they're doing exactly what we know Weeby Beeman to do, which is they take those long rotations. Yep. They're very judicious in where they pick their fights. Yeah, you can see him. You can see him over there at the top of the map. They might have some friends over there too at the end of it, because the circle's not as crowded as I was expecting, given how much of a center pull we are getting at the moment. So this is very interesting. Oh, Ignite catching out in the center. The bubble is forced. If this is the remainder of Trolls, they are in a rough spot right now. Ignite chasing, hunting at this point, and just like that, who did they take down? I don't know. I don't think that was Trolls at that point. We'll have to check with the ops. That was Goats. Goats has been knocked out. So at least for now, if we have some time, if the ops team can help us out with this, I want to see if Trolls is just still in this, because if they were able to get away from that position, that's huge for them as this circle begins to close.
Yeah, because right now, remember everybody, Trolls doesn't have their Wraith, so they don't have their transportation character. They also don't have that portal for getting out of Storm in case they get trapped, so they don't have to take damage, especially in late game when you're looking at round 3, round 4, possibly even round 5, depending on if they can get that far. Obviously the respawn banner timed out because that was a couple of minutes ago, so they are rocking as a duo.
Assuming they're still in it, because that's going to be the big question. If Trolls are still in it, they have good enough movement and positioning that they could make something happen here. But if they're not in it, that opens up this lobby a lot for people. Table for 2+1 right now. This is they are in a very good position here at edge of ring and just catching some rotating teams in. This was the team that I think was fighting USAE just a few moments ago. So they either let that fight go or USAE rotated out, but this is an excellent position for them to be in, because they're going to catch a lot of people rotating north end of the map into this edge of fragment. Oh, and they have a team in front of them. This might actually be USAE if USAE was able to get that rotation off.
I'm hoping it is, because I'm looking for another fight from USAE. They are so much fun to watch. Namitel last game had 10 kills in the lobby. 10. The man's a fryer. Can't wait to see what he does.
Oh, Movement Squad just beaming people out of this rock crevice here. Beautiful shots. And yeah, just like that. Oh, it looks like they are between two. Oh, they are between two teams right here. Again, Movement Squad really likes picking very dangerous spots to be in, Battery.
Yeah. You know what? They really like testing what the game's gonna give them. Hey, where can we have circle end up? Can we stuff ourselves into this building between two teams? I mean, they don't have a caustic. They do have a Gibby, so they can hold the change outside.
So that's something we have to talk about. They were running a caustic. They were running a caustic on their Octane. For their Octane, so that has switched up. Kaizen is on Gibby, so that is actually a fairly large switch there. Our first major meta change. Gods of Olympus just got beamed out of Death Village, really trying to make it earn its name there. And yeah, no surprise, they are probably getting pushed. First person we've seen on the Pathfinder as well, so we've got a lot of movement on Gods of Olympus. Let's see what they can do with it. But for now, making the smart play, holding up inside the building, hoping, I assume, that other teams get a little bit less interested in pushing them, but that doesn't seem to be the case at the moment. It looks like USAA, the academy team, is pushing them out of Overlook, but they have the circle at their back, so this could actually be a position that Gods of Olympus could take advantage of, Bat.
Yeah, absolutely. They got the caustic traps at the door, so nobody's coming in. If they need to, they can set them off and do some damage outside the door, since, you know, apparently the gas goes through the doors and through the walls. And you're gonna hope that there is somebody behind there that you can catch, because that can be free KP if they can catch somebody on that back roto holding the edge of Storm right there. Oh, USA Barely Asian just went down.
Oh no, oh, that is actually huge. That's Ignite. Yeah, no, that's Ignite right there, fighting USAE in the kill feed. So that's gonna be something big if they pay attention. That was Nyx. This is Trolls that USAA is hunting. We just saw Nyx go down. I don't think they got the finish yet, because we saw that, I think we saw a portal of some kind there. So that's at least one member of Trolls. Okay, Nyx just bled out, and Cubones gets taken down as well. That is Trolls gone from the game. First time they have finished outside of top 5 this entire event. That is huge for all the remaining teams in this lobby, because I don't think Trolls got a kill.
No, I don't think that they picked it. I think that they were trying to rotate and got caught. The Wraith got caught. So yeah, they're sitting on no KP right now, and they're sitting on just 2 people left. Yeah, so they got nothing right now. They got to hope for position.
No, Trolls is out at that point. And We Be Beaming, they made their rotation, so they went all the way around now in Fragment. And probably between a couple teams, because Fragment has been very popular. If we could look at the map real quick, I want to see what this next rotation is going to look like. Oh, this is rough. Just outside Lava Siphon on that bridge. This is going to become a very tight game very, very quickly.
Yeah, that team that we're seeing there in the bottom right just wiped out Terraform after I was watching it in the kill feed. It looked like Terraform had 2 down, but ended up it was a 1v3 possibly, and so they will finish in 13th place in this game.
All right, Table for 2 and We Be Beamin' trading shots outside of Fragment. But it looks like Table for 2 knows, again, they're still in between 2 teams, possible rock and hard place scenario. They do have this Octane, so if they've got the pad, if it's me, I'm starting this rotation as early as I can, because you want to have some sort of positioning on We Be Beamin' as they're coming out of Storm. And oh yeah, We Be Beamin', they know exactly what they need to do. They are already pushing, force the Gibby bubble out of Table for 2, and this bubble fight is not going well. There goes their Bloodhound, that is huge, and looks like they got the stick off there as well, though. So unfortunately, the 1v3 not happening this time. We Be Beamin'. Oh my goodness! The Thermite. Oh, look, maybe he was a little cold, because he just sat in that fire for a minute.
Yeah, I was thinking, are you about to grief your own game sitting in the Thermite from a dead enemy? My man, you gotta get moving.
This is huge. USAE, they got their down player up. So USAE still 3 strong, but they are still between a couple, and they're getting beautiful shots on We Be Beamin' right here. I am fully expecting a push here. If Caustic has his ult, he needs to toss it now, but it might be too little too late. Namito with nailing lock-ons there with a beautiful 301 shots, but now falling back, not going for the finish. They've got to know something we don't. Oh no, yeah, there's people up the hill
right now.
Oh yeah, this is a dangerous spot to be in here, Battery.
Yeah, Namito just got absolutely obliterated down to 30 health, and it looks like Olazy's getting pushed right now. The Valk Q is coming in. This is not looking good for USAE.
Goodness, yeah, Namito's down. Their armor and health is actually not terrible right now. They might be able to get the escape. Okay, barely survives, pulling it out by the skin of their teeth there.
Oh my.
It is all on Lazy right now to stay alive, hold these teams out, because that is the only thing keeping them alive at the moment. That grenade dangerously close and getting hit left, right, and center. Ignite just farming damage at this point. They have been unstoppable, and down goes Barely Asian, and there's the finish right there. Ignite taking USAE down to 1. Still these beautiful shots. This L-Star with the 3x. My goodness. Unfortunately, out of ammo entirely at this point. But
what a shame.
oh no. Whatever will they do? Just slap the 3x on the 301 and keep beaming.
Good grief. This G7 is just rude. They are holding. Is that the last member of USA? Is that Olazy over there?
I'm not sure. That might be USAA because they were rotating out of Overlook. Another question is, did Weeby Beeman survive? Because this is it is USAA, but there's a couple of big question marks. Did USAE fully survive? Did Lazy get out? And did Weeby Beeman survive that push from behind? Because they did have Circle at their back. Those are some big question marks going in here, because if both of those teams go down, I think for the first time we're gonna have a brand new top 3 in all of these games.
What is he, Neo from the Matrix? Good grief, did you see him dodging those bullets?
And
oh my gosh!
When the Valkyrie ult works, it works. Unfortunately, it doesn't always work that often, because as they can see, they are dropping into every other team left on this map.
Good.
So the big question becomes, what can they do with that first bow we have seen in the tournament so far? And oh my God, hits the flick, 60 to the face.
Oh my gosh.
Legolas has left Middle Earth and has come to Apex Legends. And here we are. Oh my goodness, another shot, forces the bubble, another shot, the bow again.
Oh my gosh!
The Prince of Mirkwood is here right now.
He's got no attack. He's got
all he's got is a 2x, and that is all he needs.
No
Swagnificent. Sheeshjet, not to be doubted, with a bow and arrow in his hand. Call the man Robin Hood, because he is stealing kills from these people.
Oh my gosh, this bow is just yucky right now. Sprinkle some Papatio, because my eyes are burning watching this.
I thought they nerfed the bow, didn't they?
Not in Sheesh's hands, that's for sure.
They did it. They nerfed the weapon, not the players.
Oh my. Okay, so they gotta go. Look at those scans coming in. Absolutely stellar scans to notice that 2 teams, one on the high ground, one on the low ground. Sheeshjet loading up those arrows.
And Lazy did survive. Lazy did survive. He is ratting himself to death at this point to try to keep them in it. My goodness, what a maneuver. Okay, CCO and USAE are only top 4 teams remaining in this game so far. So this is a big opportunity for every other team in this lobby. This is where you make up on points. They're not probably 100% certain that USAE is like down or completely out, but they had to have been paying attention to the kill feed, and so they know that they're in a good position. Inferno White, oh, this is big for Inferno White. They did not have the best game too. They're in a great spot. They just have edge of circle, so they can play this building perfectly if they are careful with it. But they've got a couple people below them. Swagnificent also still on that bridge, and with the bow in the hand of Sheeshjet, that's a dangerous spot to be in. Instinct as well, finding beautiful positioning.
Yeah, they're gonna have this this choke point locked down. They have this building. It looks like somebody might be inside of it, but they are holding edge of circle. Yeah, okay. So there's a team that might be Inferno White holding inside of it.
They're just underneath Inferno White right now. They're just underneath Inferno White right now, and I believe, if I just heard that correctly from our ops team, USAA just got knocked out. So that is still a top 9 exit for the Academy team. That is rough. Legless, stick your head back under cover. You are not bulletproof. My goodness, Sheeshjet. Still just trying to hit these flicks. They are beautiful things right here. Oh, he's got the scan to work with. And again, just really farming damage. He's I think when we started watching, he was on blue and now he's on red. What is he doing with this bow?
He needs to grab his teammate's purple right now. Let me tell you, I did this in a pub match when the bow first came out, when it was really overpowered and you could hit any flick shot. I would grab my teammate's armor and I was just spamming damage, grabbing it with the bow, making sure that everybody had red. That's what he needs to do right now. Get his teammate red because his shots are on fire. He's only got 28 left.
Absolutely. If there was ever a time to farm damage, now would be it. If you can go into this final circle. Oh, this rotation is difficult right now. Final circle is going to close down on these buildings. There is not a lot of room here to work with. And at this point, I couldn't tell you who's in the best possible position. Maybe CCO, they have the shortest rotation, but this is 8 squads in the final circle, and Ring is about to close. This is going to get hectic very, very quickly, folks.
Is there anybody in that building here? Yeah, okay, so it's Inferno Black. So I would say Inferno Black is in the best position because so as you can see, the center of that circle there is going to close at the very edge of their building. They have the longest wait time. They can hold out the absolute longest.
Oh no, Instinct's bubble got forced. Instinct's bubble got forced. That's not good. You need this for rotation, not for defense right now. There's a Kraber in the hands of Schmoovement Squad as well. Bo versus Kraber. Who is the better shot? But it looks like it's Schmoovement. Oh no, nothing you can do at that point. The bow's string has been broken, but they are also in a rough spot. Oh no, they can't. They have to push far down low if they're going to be able to try to take this building. I don't think they wanted that exact push. They're now unfortunately split right here. This is getting dangerous. Inferno Black is still in, and we just heard Lazy still somehow alive in this. Wow. USAE still holding on. I think you're right here, Battery. Inferno Black probably in the best possible position. The only thing that worries me, their armor is not good. Everyone else is on purple and red. They're on purple and blue. They will go down quickly if this doesn't go well, but a beautifully placed thermite right there is going to get them some damage that they need, but they are in a rough spot right now. They have just lost all of their cover and down. Oh, they do get the down right there on Dylan. Bubble is popped from Schmoovement Squad. Schmoovement Squad trying to hit the body with the no scope, and there goes the Valkyrie, but no Schmoovement, nothing they can do there. Ignite also caught out in the gas of this rough. Inferno Black still, all 3 of their players up, needs to get that reload, knock them back to the storm, and there we go, Inferno Black. They are your champions.
Best position, and they get the dub. They waited it out the longest. Good for them. Congratulations.
That is 2 games in a row. That is 2 games in a row you have called, sir.
Wow.
That is 2 games in a row. Call you Nostradamus.
That's just luck.
Well, that is an interesting game 3. The big question we're going to have to ask here, because we heard from observers, Lazy was not down. USAE was still in that, gaining some placement points.
Yeah,
we need to know where Lazy went down, because that's going to be big. That is going to be big for determining how this lobby plays out.
Did he get rezzed?
I don't think they got rezzed. USAE got second.
USAE got second?
That final octane was USAE. That was Lazy. Not imbuing his name, apparently, because that little octane put in some work in game 3.
Oh my gosh. You mean he ratted from before top 10? What was that, top 13?
I think 16 or 17 to number 2.
US Army Esports is just, oh my goodness.
We're only halfway done, and this is already just getting insane. The fact that USAE was able to last that long, because he had to rotate from under that bridge up and behind 3 different teams.
I'm trying to watch it right now. I'm rewatching it on the delay. I'm trying to see how
there's no
he's hiding while there's still 5 squads left, he's still hiding on the side of a building by himself. He's completely unscanned. No one has any idea he's there. He's not.
I can't believe it. I legitimately shocked. Legitimately shocked. That man was absolutely insane. I mean, here's the thing though. To be fair, just looking at the stats we have available to us right now, leaderboard currently being updated, but USAE only had 1 kill. So it's a 10-point game. They're at 40. They're at 41.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, there it is. Lazy picked up Dixon at the end. Somebody dropped him. Okay. Wow. Yeah, it was him. Yeah. So he's still alive. Top 4, top 3.
It's
Ignite.
A lot of stuff happening in this game. And once we get the scoreboard up, that's going to be something that is big and telling, just simply due to the fact that, like we talked about, there was only 2 teams in this entire game that were top 3. That's actually huge for USAE because Trolls were out, I think 10th, 8th, 9th, 10th. They did not have a good game.
Yeah.
And that's going to really impact their ability to continue keeping pace with USAE. Because I think the way the scores are going to shake out, we're still tabulating right now, but I think the way the scores are going to shake out, USAE should have about, if my math is correct, I'm doing quick math in my head right now, but I think they'll have about a 10-point lead. Going into this lobby, but we'll take a look at that in a moment. But first things first, Battery. I think that might have been our most hectic final circle thus far.
That was... I don't know what that was. That was 8 squads.
8 squads in the last circle.
In the last circle. And up to 5 squads in, I would say, about 5 squads left halfway between the start of the final circle and the final close at the end of the game. I mean, there were so many teams left.
And most of them full squads. Almost everyone other than USAE, a full squad. So we're still we're talking 14 to 15 bodies just there.
Killed all around. The Grim Reaper's ledger was flowing at the end there from 13 to 5. Oh, the kill feed was just
lighting up. Now the big thing we should talk about, and you called it perfectly. Inferno Black with the positioning. They absolutely won that completely off of their positioning, and it was beautifully played. They did exactly what they needed to, and that's going to be big for them, because they were one of those teams where they had that big point jump from 2 to 3, or from game 1 to 2, and now they've had an even bigger point jump from 2 to 3, because I know they picked up at least 1, if not 2 squad wipes in that final fight. So that's a chunk of points right there. That should easily put them, I would say, in top 4, if not top 3 at this point, given where some of our other teams fell during that fight.
I am gonna go out on a limb and say that after that game, Inferno Black might be close to first.
I mean, you haven't been wrong yet, so I'll trust your limb at this point.
I think that with Trolls going down as early as they did, Inferno Black having that game like they just did, USAE getting 10 points, that'll bring them to 41. I still think that I believe that Inferno Black might be in first, which would be absolutely mind-blowing, but I don't know. It's a guess. I don't know.
It'll be big one way or the other, because like we talked about at the start of this, game 3 is really your last chance to have a big effect on the game.
Yes.
Point totals can start running. Well, actually, maybe less, because USAE didn't run away with it. They kind of struggled out the gate a little bit, basically from halfway through the game up until the very end. So what could have been a big moment for them to just run away with this, maybe even possibly put it out of reach, the game is still tight. We might be in a situation where you still have some wiggle room in game 4 to do big things.
Absolutely. Game 5 and game 6, I think we're gonna, especially after we see the scoreboard, I think game 5 and game 6 is where we're gonna see the dire plays. I think this next game, I was.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of hero plays. I think game 5 and game 6, you're gonna see a lot of people making a lot of decisions where it's like, we're gonna do our best to try to take this game in our hands and make some big changes here. But a lot in game 3 is going to have a ripple effect across the rest of the games, because this went nowhere near what we thought it would. All of the teams we expected to perform out early. All the teams that had a chance to really pull away didn't do it. And all of the teams that made some small changes, made those small adjustments to strategy, rewarded for it in this game.
Yep. And you're going to see teams like Inferno Black really, I think, take this next stride. You're going to hope to see if they can get this game 4, if they can have that same game that they just had in game 4, you're going to see them be a serious contender against teams like USAE and the Trolls. It's going to be, I think we're going to have a very spicy final 2 games for these top 3 spots. I think it's going to be one of our highest contested that we're going to have so far.
I think you're right on that one. And the big thing with this game, a question we have to ask, and I think something we'll have to pay attention to as we go into game 4, response games. Those are a thing. USAE had one in game 2. I think there's a big question of Trolls, what they're going to do to try to come back in game 4, because we know how good they are. We've seen it across 2 games. They got a very unfortunate rotation like that. It's the name of the game with Apex. Sometimes you just get caught out on your rotation. It happens.
Yep.
They are good enough to be able to put an entire lobby just on their shoulders and run with it. So I'm really curious to see. I'd really love to know like what's going through their heads, what their team comms are like, what they're doing. But we have scores up finally. Let's take a look at what happened in game 3. And just like that,
okay,
this has tightened considerably.
We were right.
We were correct. Oh my God. Whoa. Ignite with 21 points in game 2. We've talked about statement games, Battery, and that's a statement if I have seen one. Second highest single point game outside of USAE in game 2. That is massive.
That is wow. That's a 7-point placement game for 3rd place. So that means they got 14 kills that game.
Yeah.
Ignite said, we are awake and we are here. Look at Trolls. Trolls getting lucky. That 1-point game. I see the 11-point gap there.
This is still very tight though. This is very, very, very tight.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Given how insane these lobbies have been. We're talking a 20-point spread from first to ninth. That's nothing. That's a game. That is a game.
Wow. Literally, that's one game.
One good game puts you into first. We've already seen 2 games above 20 points already. I would not be surprised if we see a third. And Inferno Black really is the story of this event so far. 2 points in the first game, all the way up to 16 with a first place finish in the second. They have rocketed themselves to outside of 10th into top 4 at this point. This is big across the board for all of our teams, but I think the biggest story, Battery, here is that lobby is still wide open at this point.
We have not had a lobby yet across any of the qualifiers, across on our kill race tournaments, qualifiers, even this I've never seen a tight matchup between first and the top 9 teams right there. 1 game difference. All it takes is an unfortunate play by USAE or by Trolls or Ignite, and a team like Instinct, God of Olympus, Weeby Beeman, Schmovement Squad, CCO, who are known to show up in tough times. to have one good game, just like Ignite did, just like Inferno Black did, just like USAE did, to bring themselves into that top 3, into that top 5, all the way from the trenches. I mean, wow. This is...
And here's a big thing we have to talk about. We got to start talking about teams have got targets on their backs.
Yes.
USAE is a known quantity at this point.
Absolutely.
They are going to be targeted. Trolls, a known quantity at this point. Ignite just put a target on their back. Any team that can just take control of a lobby like that, massive. There's, I would say all of the top 5 at this point have a target on their back. People are going to start paying attention to where they're landing, what they're doing. I would not be surprised to see a big fragment fight. I would not be surprised to see some fights in like the northern side of the map. I would really not be surprised if we see some maybe lighter lobbies going into later circles, because I think things are about to get very aggressive very quickly as we head into our final 3 games.
Look at Instinct for look at Instinct for chance. 2 points in game 1, 0 points in game 2, and then bing bing bing, 13 points in game 3. Yeah, they're okay. They're 30 so points, out of it, 25 points out of it, roughly.
2 good games. That's all you need.
3 left.
And we have to talk about this as well. If one of these top 5 teams goes out, the amount of slaying power you've removed from a lobby is huge. That literally changes the landscape of how a lobby will play. USAE goes down in the first 5 teams, massive. Trolls goes down in the first 5 teams, massive. All of these teams are excellent fighting teams. So if you can remove that danger from a lobby, that is massive when it comes to how all of this is going to perform. And so that's why I would not be surprised if we see one of these teams just trying to, Babe Ruth it, just call your shot. Because if you can be the person to eliminate a top 4 team, then you're playing with house money at that point, I would say, for the entirety of the game.
Oh, 100%. That gravy train, we saw it in the qualifiers. Top teams do get knocked out. Top teams do get griefed. Teams get upset that they're so close, or they had a really great first game and not a great second and third game, and now they're hungry for it. I think this is gonna be spicy.
Our lobby is spinning up very shortly as we speak, but there's one final thing we have to talk about, and that is with all of our top teams, now it comes down to maintenance. How do you maintain your position? Because if you're USAE, if you're Trolls, you don't have to play super aggressive. You have to play well, but you maybe don't have to pick that fight. You maybe can go for the rotation versus the kill points. Now there's a little bit more strategy going on for these top teams because survivability is important. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, game 4 has arrived. And we are loading in right now. Okay, we've got same crafting from last time. So that's big. We've still got possible devotion on the field in terms of big plays that are available for us, Battery. Now, we've talked about this every time we've gone into one of these select screens and people are loading in. So, do we see big meta changes? Are we going to see big changes among players? What are you thinking? Are you sticking with what you know, or are you making some sort of change to make something happen?
I think we're gonna see the same. Octane, Gibby, Bloodhound. You're gonna see a few Wraiths. You're gonna see a few Caustics. This is gonna be Here's the thing. You don't change the meta. You don't change the guns that you're getting. You change your gameplay. You change your rotations. You change your gunfights. You change your decisions and whether or not to engage, like you said. Do we take the gunfight, or do we go for the rotation, and do we go for these positions and let other teams who might be hungry take those gunfights instead of us? Let them get wiped. Let us get those free points away from them while they have no kills. We might not either, but we are laying the groundwork for a better position towards the end game to maybe pick up 3-4 kills at the end, 2 to 3, 4 kills at the end. Get those positioning points. You want that top 3. You want that 12, 9, or 7. If you're going to hold out for positioning points, you really, really want top 3. That's your goal, nothing less.
And that is excellent and well. That is excellent and well put. We're on board with Inferno Black right now, but the big thing I want to pay attention to is how things change here for these rotations, especially looking at Fragment. Looks like we might. Okay, yeah, so we're getting that same Fragment split here. Fragment West and Fragment East, USAE. They haven't changed anything up, so they must still feel okay about that. Let's see, south side of the map. Looks like finally, thermal station not being contested at the moment, but it looks like we might have some shots or a fight going around up on staging. Oh, and there looks like there might be a fight breaking up over there at containment as well.
Oh boy, yeah, there's an Axel.
Oh, this is Trolls. This is huge.
Wow, yeah, look at Trolls is hungry for it. They're angry they had 1 point last game. Let's look for them to make some big moves here.
They already got 1 knock there, so that is big. Oh my god, just farming away right now. This is a huge opportunity for Trolls because the closest team to them, I think, is still like a good south side of Lava Fisher at that point. And oh my goodness, just like that, they are up 3 kills right away. And look at this armor off of the rip.
Wow. Okay, right now, this early into the game, it is the Trolls' game to lose. This quickly into the game, where they're at, the weapons that they have, the armor that they have. If they lose, there's nobody to blame but themselves. They've got the best setup right now.
That was definitely a statement fight, a statement landing right there. Very, very good to see right there out of Trolls. Now, if we can, Terraform has been fighting in Lava City every single time, always getting contested off of the rip. CCO has changed up their landing a little bit. I think they are now landing Lava City, so CCO might be feeling the heat a little bit on their end. Let's see, Terraform, I think, making the smart decision, rotating out all on white armor. You don't want to pick a fight that you really can't win there.
Yeah, no, and as you can see, CCO's got their Bloodhound with blue. They're just gonna. I think they noticed the rotation out. They're not gonna push it for right now. They're still a little bit outside the circle, sitting in Lava City, so they might be looting. Nice little gold helmet there. That's gonna be
actually huge on a that's huge on a Bloodhound. Actually, I like this rotation. I think both of them just kind of know, they're agreeing, like, you know what, we saw you saw us. There's still 18 squads up. Let's not pick a fight this early. We can fight it out later, but for now, let's just do our thing.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think we're going to see a few more rotations. There's only been, 2 squads dropped so far, which was one of those squads being to the Trolls, and the other one I'm not really sure, but we're seeing a lot less contesting right off the bat, less than we saw in Game 3, that is. I'll say that. Game 3 was, it seemed like,
oh my goodness, just absolutely beamed right there off of the rip. Yeah, and there we go. First Devo play, like we talked about. There is the bubble res, but no, the stairs don't have any protection there. Table for 2+1, just pushing in hard right here. Looks like they were able to get, I think, the full team elimination right there. I'm not 100% who they were fighting.
I couldn't tell, but that was very quick. I mean, they griefed the door, and that was it. Wow.
I'm sorry, so just listening to hearing from the observer team real quick. The team they fought was who?
Oh,
that was enough. Oh no, enough and more out early again, and they had actually a decent bounce back game in Game 2 there with some decent placements, but they have just been struggling a little bit today. Hopefully they can make some stuff happen, get some of those aggressive plays in these last 2 games. They have a good chunk of time to rework their strategy. I'm excited to see what they're going to do. Ignite here holding edge of lava, of thermal station here. This is, I mean, they seem very well looted. This is a very long rotation that they are taking.
Yeah, I just found a blue shotgun bolt for the Mastiff there, so I mean that's good. But yeah, they do have a long rotation. They have balloon here, which I guess is okay. But also, you're going to be giving away your position if you got any teams close. If you're on that balloon, you're going to be showing away your streak. Okay, so they're not going to take it. They're actually going to take the cut. So I'm going to stop talking about that. So here we go. We got them sliding in through through the chokehold into the tree area right now, and they're going to be hoping to get around this rock because right on the edge side of this rock is the edge of storm. We have, it looks like, I'm not sure how many teams are left. Unfortunately, I'm a little bit, my quality on my end is just a little bit foggy. Not to worry though. We have the team over here, over in Lava City. It looks like a rotation because this is not CCO from before. Looks like we also will be. Mongoose has stepped away just for 1 second. No worries, no worries. And the team that's sitting over. Okay, so now we've switched over to Countdown, and we've got a Bloodhound ult coming in and a chase. It looks like I can't tell the team name, unfortunately. I gotta turn you up, Mac. Go ahead. They're chasing Broth. Got it. Okay. Yeah, for some reason on my end, it looks just a little bit foggy, so I'm unable to make out some of the finer details. But here we go.
Oh, and okay, we have, it looks like trolls right here. Yep. Is that, no, yeah, that's, I believe this is the trolls. They looks like they got a good rotation out of Countdown as well. If we could pull the map up real quick, I want to take a look at where this circle seems to be going. And yeah, we got another center-based circle here, so we might see a similar ending to the previous game. It almost looks maybe a little bit further south, I think, but this is going to be a tight game. We're already seeing a lot of people bunch up over there at Lava Siphon, and no, Inferno right here. They are in a rough spot. Mamba for Life also looks like they might be trying to hunt them down. Those beautiful shots out of the scout right there. Incredible. But Mamba for Life, oh, and there we go. Mamba for Life getting some nice cleanups here. I'd be curious to know who they were fighting, who they were able to knock out there, because that is a big one. Terraform right here also holding edge as well. Beautiful shots across the board. My goodness. Just sniping with that 99 there, Battery.
Yeah, unfortunately, give me 1 second. I'm having a few technical difficulties on my side.
All right, and while Battery fixes that momentarily, Terraform still just in a great position right here. Their rotation is going to be a little bit difficult, but I would want to see them try to push out here. They need to rotate one way or the other because they have to get across the map. There's a couple, and I don't know necessarily what they might be waiting for at the moment, whether it's deciding what direction they want to go, or anything like that. Swagificent playing low ground here, heading over towards Geyser. They're in an interesting armor situation, still on white with one of their players. And Ignite looks like they are trying to shoot them in the back a little bit, get some, try to maybe farm one of them. And oh my goodness, they beam the Bloodhound there. And that is a dangerous spot to be in because that Bloodhound is about to go down if they are not careful right here. On board now, looks like with Ignite, I believe, and yes, all those shots are utterly beautiful with the Scout. Ignite really just continuing their run from the previous game. And looks like, yeah, they knocked one right there with the longbow, so this should be something of a farm right now as they are pushing in to try to take Geyser. Oh, and we can see this is actually going to close down on Geyser, so they both have an opportunity for additional kills as well as being able to get great positioning for the final circle. Backing off very wisely there as they take some shots. You don't want to get caught between two, and just like that, there goes another kill on the board. Just a nice and easy cleanup over here for Team Ignite. And all right, now they also have the donut building as well. That is a big play. That's a big power position, especially since you're going to have a lot of people probably rotating in from the lava siphon side. So we've got a couple of interesting opportunities here for Ignite. They are just continuing to get more and more aggressive. I am loving what I'm seeing. Ignite not slowing down at all from the previous game. Weeby Beeman. Oh, Weeby Beeman in the middle of the fight. Lock-on's almost down at that point. They are fighting USAA. They are fighting the Academy team here, Battery, and already in a interesting position. They have the circle at their back. They have to play this fight almost perfectly. The rotation just as important as the fight itself. And if I think I'm reading this correctly, I think they're going to try to go for, yes, they're going to open with Gibby ult, and they're going to go for they're going to go for either a rotation on top of them. Oh no, their plan has been partially given away by that Bloodhound scan. So they're either, yes, they're trying to get out under the cover of the Gibby ult or get themselves in a more favorable position to win this fight, but also getting beamed from this is a bad place to be with your Weeby Beeman.
Yeah, they're in a tough spot right now. The bubble is in hand, but I'm not sure if rotating into the circle in round 2 with no shield and only flesh health is the smart move here.
Yeah, table for 2, getting some good shots in there. They also have a great rotational spot on whoever that team up top was, but they're making the smart move. They are focusing the team they know moved outside of ring. And Weeby Beeman, again, very famous for their long rotations. It's about to be ring 3. They're not going to have a lot of time unless they have a lot of meds. And yes, there we go. Moving into fragment. They are able to make their rotation. That's actually huge. They are putting themselves in a between table for 2 and probably USAA at that point up the hill. So a big rotation out of Weeby Beaming.
Yeah, and not that well, they don't have another long rotation, so they survived long enough that they don't have to do any more long rotos, at least.
I mean, to be fair, they physically don't have another long rotation in them. They used most of their meds in that fight alone. So, and Trolls right here above Gods of Olympus has got them at least a little bit split here. So I would not be surprised. Yeah, it looks like that person already down. So that will be one person on Gods of Olympus down. Trolls should have an easy cleanup here unless they're going to get pushed from the other side, possibly third party, because we do know Ignite is holding that edge on Geyser.
Yeah, as we're looking here, the Trolls still do have to, well, they got to troll through their way and through Middle Earth here, it looks like, in the open to make this rotation over into the backside of circle as well. So unless they can hit a balloon or something, but they're going to be out in the open. That's going to be a risky move.
And Terraform getting into a fight here as well. We've got another bubble fight going on, whiffing with the Peacekeeper, but finally getting some shots right there. They are able to knock that Gibby. That is actually huge right there. I'm curious where the rest of their team, where the rest of this Gibby's team is, because they did go down, which means somebody is floating around somewhere. But Terraform able to, again, continue these rotations. That might have been another member of Gods of Olympus. So all they have right now is Ares right here as the Caustic. He's might be going for the banner.
Is he going? Yeah, it looks like he's going for the banner.
Going for the hero play with the banner if possible. This is going to be very interesting because I don't actually know if Trolls has rotated yet. It would make sense if they did. They know they have a ways to go, but if Trolls is still there, then no, Trolls did rotate. Trolls did rotate. He can get the banner. That's it. Oh no, he can't. It timed out. He waited too long.
No.
Oh, that's so. All right, well, now Gods of Olympus must begin the most noble of all strategies, and that is the rat strat. Let's see what they can do. Let's see what they can do right here. Weeby Beeman still, they were able to make that rotation uncontested to the top of the hill. That's actually huge, because if they just hold this spot, they can rotate back down and cut through Geyser on the other side of the hill. That's actually huge.
Wow, yeah. Oh, okay, so shots coming in. Wow, who's ever firing back with that R301? Those are laser beams coming up the hill. Okay.
Oh my God.
Okay. Oh.
a return laser beam out of Weeby beaming Pug, just timing this ult perfectly. Oh no, this bubble is not gonna go well for whoever they have below them. I feel like this is an easy clean up, and
it is. They dropped one.
That's one down right there. Oh, it's
Terraform.
Gonna be two down right there. Oh no, Terraform on the rotation, and I feel bad. I feel bad because that's been the story. I feel like for Terraform, they play incredibly well. They win amazing fights. They win these 1v2s and 1v3s, and just an unfortunate turn of luck on their rotations.
Yeah, that's coming up that hill. Having the low ground, going against, especially going against somebody like Pug, aim lock-ons, we know have wonderful aim. It's
probably some of the best shooters we have in the lobby.
Yeah, that's just it's not a recipe for success, that's for sure. So an unfortunate rotation, an unfortunate position to be in down low, and to be facing such great shooters. They're gonna finish, it looks like, in 12th in this game.
And Instinct just hanging out in the back of a Ford F-150, it seems.
Going down the country road.
Yeah, I guess country roads take me home to the geyser I belong, but that rotation also isn't great. I mean, going downhill is better than going uphill, but you know that there's a bunch of teams. Yep, there's a bunch of teams already set up in the snakes here. Though I feel like this is gonna pull more towards Ignite on this side, because they've got just a little bit of room up that hill, and we know how these circles like to close on one of these buildings to make you fight top, middle, and center. And God, Ignite with these shots.
G7 is just rude. He's gonna easily farm red armor off of those shots. I think that was at least 60 on one and 84 on the other. Wow.
And this is big because we've talked about it before. As we get into these smaller circles, your medical economy is massive. If you can force your opponents to use all of their cells or one of like the 2 batteries they have as a team, very, very big. Because
absolutely,
these poke fights get more and more dangerous the longer and longer you go.
Yeah, if you can get everybody to use their larger meds and kind of rely on the very few smaller meds that they have, like syringes and cells, I mean, that is a difference maker in itself right there. You don't even have to worry about the gunfight as much because they don't have time to heal. They don't have time to get back into that fight. They don't have time to return fire.
We have a fight popping off right here. Weeby Beaming is in a troublesome spot right here, but it looks like they are just gonna survive by the skin of their teeth. And oh, the thermites are coming in. Somebody knows that they are there. This is a dangerous spot to be in. They don't have a retreat from the back. Instinct, unfortunately, the car did not protect them. Crash test rating, not what they wanted it to be, but are they able to? No! Oh, just a millisecond away from the gimme. Oh, no. Oh, this is big. USAE is still in this. USAE still in this. Ignite still in this. Weeby Beeman all still in this. And a Kraber in the hands of Ignite. Oh, I wanted it. I wanted it, given how good his scout shots have been today. Ooh.
Jeez. Pug also just dropped one with the R301, so they have one down against somebody. I'm not sure who it was.
All right, Weeby Beeman was able to survive that push right there, and now we have what is going to probably be one of the more difficult rotations for them to make if they can take this high ground. Are they getting that for free? Really?
I think that they are. I think that all of the teams are down low.
Oh my God, the body shot.
The grenade!
Oh. Okay, just able to dodge that there. And a beautiful body. Okay, a beautiful body shot right there. Seeing what's in. Oh my goodness! Ignite has both. No, Ignite has both a Kraber and an alternator. They are very stacked for this final circle right here. This is going to be big for Ignite. I think we were talking about this a little earlier, where it was Troll's game to lose. I think this is Ignite's game to lose again. And table for 2+1. No, they were up top. So Weeby Beamy did not get this for free. And it looks like, yeah, we're looking at a kill feed. Pug just got taken down. I think table for 2+1 might have the high ground here. That's actually very, very big, especially as those other teams have to rotate fully out of the other snake. We are slowly but surely tightening down here, Battery.
4 squads remaining, and it looks like table for 2+1 just scanned 4 enemies. So at a minimum, they know where 2 other teams are. This is one team on the hill. Oh, we got a fight.
Sharing their roommates, and they didn't even know it. We have Ignite here, so we've got Ignite at a full squad, table for 2+1 at a full squad. I believe Weeby Beeman went down in 5th. So if everyone here is not a full squad, we have 12 people, we have 11 people remaining. So there's a duo or some solos floating somewhere. This is tight, and oh my goodness, it's coming right to Ignite. It's coming right to Ignite, but they are trapped between 2 teams right now. This is dangerous for them because they have the perfect spot for the circle. But honestly, Battery, I think this is table for 2+1's game to win here. They are in such a good position for this rotation. They have the high ground. They can catch anyone moving on the opposite side. I mean, you're table for 2 right now. What's going through your mind?
If you're table for 2, you're going to be playing from this top as much as you can. I know it's not going to be for very much longer. As you can see, under 10 seconds to go until they have to start moving off. But they can still play through the window. If they have any throwables, they have tons that they can throw in because they know where the final circle is going to end. There's that one spot right in the middle in that building where this fight is going to come down to. This is a perfect spot for them to be able to take a 3rd party, a 4th party fight and actually steal this win. You're right.
And Ignite right here in a dangerous spot gets peeked through the window. That is the Kraber out.
Wait, that's aim lock on. That's aim lock on.
Kraber's off the field. The aim's locking. Oh my goodness, that is huge right there. They are down. Their alternator is gone as well. Both heirloom weapons down for Ignite, and this has just fallen apart so quickly for them as they are spun on. And you're right, Weeby Beeman, they only lost 1. They are still actually in a near perfect position. They're playing the low ground. Table for 2+1 does seem to be able to catch them out though, so they have made a very early move right here. There's a bunch of teams inside. I think this is going to come down at this point to Weeby Beeman or table for 2, and that is Jamood. That's Jamood's TV right there. So I think it's still between table for 2 and Weeby Beeman because so US Army, USAE is inside. They are a full team. So yes, okay, Weeby Beeman, they have 1 player to work with. EVA 8 R99 in hands. It is entirely on Lock-On's back here to make this work. USAE versus table for 2, and this is a fight that's difficult to take. I still think, Battery, table for 2 is in the position to win here. They have the high ground.
If they have any gold if they have any gold shields at all, they will win this. Okay, aim lock-on's taken out. This is
they have to make the push. They have to make the push. USAE goes down. No, they've lost 2. All they have left is barely Asian. And table for 2.
2+1. You called it. There it is.
They played it perfectly from high ground to high ground to high ground.
Wow.
Beautiful positioning. Perfect play. I mean,
hats off.
Hats off to USAE here. There's not a lot that can be said about that, but I believe if I heard this correctly from our operations team, Namito was kill lead at the time of that final fight. So this could still be a big game for USAE at the moment.
So that's at least
8 kills, at least 8 kills plus 2nd place finish. So that's a chunk of points if all of that math is if all of that quick math is correct. So
they could have doubled their last points actually from the game 3.
Exactly. So again, a lot of things, but we talked about this comeback games across the board. Weeby Beeman, Ignite maintaining. Trolls, I think Trolls also had a solid game. We saw them wipe at least 1, maybe 2 teams. So all of our teams, I'm still thinking this is going to be pretty tight going into game 5. But
yeah, yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, because we've played another 2 games, and so we're going to take a quick 5-10 minute break. We're going to tabulate the scores. And when we come back, we are going to have our roadmap for games 5 and 6. We are so excited. See you then.
Yeah.
Welcome back, ladies, blokes, and our non-binary folks. Happy to have you for our final 2 games of the Grassroots Gaming Terraform Gaming Preseason Invitational. We're not going to waste any time. It's scoreboard time, ladies and gents. All right, and we talked about having statement games. There were a couple in Game 4. U.S. Army Esports, 18 points. Weeby Beeman, 15. But the story of the match, table for 2 + 1, 25 points. And was pointed out to me during our break, they had 5 points total going into Game 4. They are now top 6. So when we say it is anyone's game, it is anyone's game.
It is quite literally anyone's game at this point. They are sitting at 30 points, 8 points out of second place after having a 2-point game, a 0-point game, and a 3-point game. Wow.
And if we're looking at this, like, all of our teams are still performing. Trolls, they're maintaining. But Trolls, if there's a team to watch, Trolls needs a game. Trolls needs a big game in Game 5.
Badly. Like, they cannot have another single-digit game. They got to get 10 or more points to start securing that top 3 spot. Because look at Weeby Beeman. They've had 2 mediocre games, but their last game they had 15. They're 3 points out of being in second place right now. I mean, yeah, the Trolls have got to start picking it up. They got to have these last 2 games really be aggressive.
And here's the thing, nothing's safe. USAE is not safe. And we're in our final 2 games here. I am fully expecting them to get contested off drop. I am fully expecting them somebody to try to grief them, somebody to try to knock them out early, because if you can eliminate them from Game 5, that changes the entire nature of how this plays. First place at that point is wide open to pretty much anyone 2nd through 7th. Because you have one good, as we've seen in Game 2 and Game 3 and Game 4, it is one good game, and that puts you into top 3 contention and a chance at that $500
immediately. This is going to be, could you imagine? Oh my gosh, I'm just thinking about it right now. USAE, I don't want to see any unfortunate, okay, but USAE gets knocked out early, and one of these, a bunch of these teams have another great set of games. That would make Game 6, like, actually, whoever wins is gonna win. Like, it would be that big.
I think somebody is targeting USAE this game. Absolutely. Now the question becomes, this is the big question across the board. With USAE being at 59 and in first place, does one of the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th teams, are they going to take that risk? Because if you win, the lobby's basically yours. But if you go down, that is a big coin flip. Yeah. You are risking everything to have a shot at complete control going into Game 6.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's me, I am literally the worst person to take advice on with this one. I literally can't play Octane in Apex because it literally brings out the worst of my personality traits as a teammate. But like, if it's me, I'm trying to pick that fight. I want that fight, because the statement you're making when the first people that pop up in the kill feed are USAE going down, that's big. You got the swagger to control the lobby at that point.
Yeah, this, if they get pushed, if they get knocked, if they get griefed, if they get aped, this is going to be probably one of the
blood in the water for sharks at that point. It is chum in the water, and they are going to get dove on no matter where they might be, because I would say anyone in the top 3. You see anyone on USAE, anyone on Ignite, anyone on Trolls pop up in that kill feed as either getting a kill or going down, I think you're going at that point, because you need if you're like one of these teams in like 5th, 6th, 7th, you need to act on all of your opportunities to keep these top 3 teams down, because and like we're already seeing it with Trolls. Trolls has sacrificed. Trolls' second place wasn't super solid after game 3, and they're now in 3rd, and 5 points separate the next 3 teams below them. That's barely a team fight at that point. That's a team fight, and that's one wipe and top 10, and you're out of the money. So literally. This is about to start getting very, very tight for all of our teams here. And I think the real question is just with so much to watch, like where do you go? Like what are if Battery, if you're one of these teams, what are you doing? Where are you starting?
I mean, yeah. If I'm one of the top teams, I'm looking to continue to play the way that I've been playing because it's been working, especially in these later games. You see Table for Two, you see Weeby Beeman, Ignite, USAE, Instinct. You know, you're looking at keeping the same style of gameplay that you've been playing. Now, if you're a team looking on the outside if you're on a team on the outside looking to the inside, you're going to be looking to change your strategy to be playing more aggressive. So, if I'm a team that's like, let's say 27 points or lower, I'm going to be hoping that everything that I'm doing is landing hot, winning gunfights, looting as fast as I can. I mean, like, no, we're not wasting time. You're picking up a weapon and you're firing it. Doesn't matter if it's a Mozambique. You need to get shots in. You need to be doing damage so that you can either push a team back so that you have the time to loot, or pick up the KP so that you get the points and the loot is yours.
Now, I think another question we're going to have to start asking, who's the upset team? Because we have a lot of teams in here that are very skilled. I mean, just looking at the bottom, if we're looking at the top 6 versus like the next 7, CCO, Academy, Instinct, Movement, Terraform, Gods of Olympus, Swagificent. Every single one of these teams, by the way, qualified off of being the best in their lobby. So the top 10 is still dangerous as hell. So which of these teams are going to make that hero play that you think that is going to just completely turn this lobby on its head? Like, could you imagine CCO, Academy, Instinct, all of them off drop just get esports, Ignite, and Trolls? At that, like, the the tournament is wide open at that point going into game 6.
Literally, I was gonna say, I would love to see Terraform, but yeah, I'd love to see any of these teams land hot, get these kills, and shake up. I want to see it just for the sake of shaking up the leaderboard. I want to see these teams last past the top 10. CCO, USAA, Instinct, Movement, Terraform. I want to see them last up to the top 10, so that they're the ones that are putting pressure on these other top teams to survive at the end game, to change their game style, to change their play style at the end of the game, and maybe force them to play a style that they don't want. Maybe sneak away a win. Maybe steal those late game points away from a team that's like, oh man, we're so close, we could finish in that top 5. And they finish 8th instead. They're
in a rarefied atmosphere. They have nothing to lose. Anything they do just gains them position. It gains them points. And even if the only thing that they do, any of these teams, if the only thing that they do is they knock out a top 5 team, literally changes the landscape for everyone still in the event at that point.
Yeah. You knock out anybody in the middle to the top, I would say Inferno White and above, this entire lobby for game 6 is going to get really, really interesting. We're going to have these last 2 games. These are probably going to be some of the best games that we'll probably ever watch in a long time. So I'm excited to get this going.
Absolutely. Now, so we have to ask the big question. We know what the top teams are going to do. We know what probably some of those middle teams are going to do. My question is, what's CCO doing? What's Inferno White doing? Like, if you're on the captain of one of these teams, honestly, if I'm Inferno White, I'm completely changing my landing. No more Lava City, no more south side of the map. I'm dropping in the thick of it. I want a fight, because if you win one, all it takes, you win one fight, changes the entire landscape. So I'm thinking, if I'm one of these teams, I'm going aggressive. I want to be the catalyst. I don't want to react. I want everyone to react to me.
Yeah. You got to go for it. You got to get the kills. You're right. You got to either land where you're going to know you can win a gunfight with the one-on-one squad, or where you can third party and maybe pick up 4 kills instead of just 2 or 3. Maybe land with 2 other squads, 3 other squads, hope that they can start fighting, loot up really quickly, and get those kills. But yeah, I agree. You're Inferno White, you're CCO, USAA. You got to start landing a little bit more spicy. You got to get those weapons firing.
So I'm gonna go. We're about 2 minutes away from lobby, so we're gonna do prediction time. Inferno White, CCO, USAA, Instinct. These have been some of our best team fighters outside of the top 5, and it's reflected. Like, they have some high point games. If you're picking one of these guys to just blow the game open, who are you picking?
I'm going with Instinct, actually. I think Instinct is the team that can really, if they want it, they're going to go out and get it. They're going to grab that top 3, top 5 spot, and it's going to start in this game right here. I got a feeling that they're going to show us something that they can do. I see a top 3 finish from them easily.
All right, for me, I'm thinking Schmovement. And this is simply due to the fact that, having watched them in kill races many times, we watched them in kill races a lot. Schmovement is a late blooming team. The difference between when we do like our break during the first half of kill races, the point differential on Schmovement from first half to second half, night and day. They'll rattle off, they'll have 100 points going into the first half. They'll rattle off like 75 points in the first 3 games. So I think if there's a team, I think any one of these teams can make a big impact. But if there's a team that we can see absolutely and truly pop off in the last 2 games, I think Schmovement. I think they've got something up their sleeve that we haven't seen quite yet.
I'm excited to see it.
I am excited to see it as well. Though, thus far, like, if we're being completely fair, my predictions, I've gone, I think, 1 for 5, and you're currently 3 for 4. So if anyone here is placing bets, don't be placing bets. We can't express that enough.
That. No.
But thus far,
if you're betting popcorn kernels,
if you're betting kettle corn, battery is definitely the way. Is definitely the one to put your bet on, because though thus far the only thing I have called was Ignite just popping off in game 3. So I feel good about that. I do feel good about that one.
You did.
No, I know. Table for two. Table for two.
Yeah, I was gonna say you said that was their game to win. So
I feel good about that one. I at least picked one winner. You have picked 2, but you know what? We still got 2 games. Let's see if we can bring it back there.
Let's go.
But as we're just starting to spin, we're just starting to spin the lobby up. We're having just one small technical difficulty on the back end. So as we wait for that, if there's one team in the top 5 you think are feeling bold, there's a team you think are feeling bold out of USAE, Ignite, Trolls, Weebeam, and Inferno, one of those teams that would pick that initial fight, I'm thinking Inferno Black. They like to fight. They like to do those early games fights. They don't mind risking it all if it means they can win. What about you?
I'm gonna say USAE, and I'm going to say that they are getting more than 15 points this game.
All right. Well,
I think that they get 15 or more points this game. I think that they go out, they pick the fight after that 31-point game. Their spidey senses started tingling, and they've been wanting in the fight. So I can see them really going hard. I'm hoping to see some aggressive play.
No time but the present. Let's get into game 5. All right, and we are counting down here.
Crafting did not change.
So crafting has not swapped in a couple of games here. That is interesting. But now here's the big one. Let us take a look at all of our teams. I'm still seeing no swaps across the board. Goats. Let's see.
Yaffle put in a Revenant. We've got a Revenant.
We have our first rev on. We have the first rev on the board. So that is that's going to be interesting, because you've got your first Revtane. You've got Revtane and Seer. So you've got, and God Ares on on our favorite Aussie as well. So we have got a couple of very interesting games going on here. But without further ado, it's time. Game 5 battery. Let's take a look at this map. I want to see where these teams are going, because that's going to be important for the start of all of this. Where are teams dropping? What are they doing? We got a hot drop in fragment, so that could be something very bold.
Looking at a pretty spicy landing. It looks like 4 teams landing at the bottom of the south side of the map here. And none of them, for once, Terraform has not jumped over at Lava City, so they are changing up their drop as well.
Yeah, so we've still got USAE landing fragment west. Do we have no? Okay, so we be beaming moving past over to Overlook, so they're not going to lose out on anything there. And we've got we're on board right now in fragment west over here, and oh my, first ever pull into Skyhook. We have a far northwest circle. This is going to be very tight very quickly, because that could very easily close down on that 3-story circular building.
Yeah, the Skyhook finish right now, whoo, that is going to be very interesting, especially with how many teams might be left at the end of the circle. Oh, we're getting
Goats already getting ripped immediately. Up against right now Inferno, up against Inferno White at the moment. Oh my goodness, no, Goats. They are just in the worst possible position right here. Goats, they need to find something here. No, almost gets the free farm off, and no, there goes 2, all on the Octane, but this might be all over. But the crowd at this point, and like that, Inferno White starts off strong with a beautiful team wipe out of the gate.
Wow,
that is very, very strong start. But Ignite also pushing. Oh my goodness, the grenade!
Oh, and those G7 spicy sriracha shots right to the body.
Oh my, Ignite, they need to push on this. The fact that they haven't gotten more aggressive is frankly shocking to me. You know you've got at least one person full ripped. I don't know why that Valkyrie just wasn't going in immediately with her Q, but let's see how this is played. They've got them trapped in the building, and they can stay here for a while. That circle is coming to them. It's not moving. They have time to rotate if they want. Oh, and the beautiful use of the Octane pad. Again, this is why you've got to be aggressive on your third party's battery, because those were free kills. That was free KP. You just let go. And they're gone. They're gone.
You crack somebody like that? Yeah, no, that's 100%. Doesn't matter if you're playing in a private lobby. Doesn't matter if you're playing pubs, ranked. It does not matter. You get a crack on gray armor, you need to push. You have to. And now they're away. They got away. No worries. I think that was Inferno White, correct?
Yeah, and that's huge. You got to think about it, because Ignite's in second place right now. Every KP matters. Oh, and Trolls right now on board. They're finding enough and more than we're able to just get the res off. Oh, beautiful Ironside shots out of Axel onto enough and more in the center. Axel has been putting this team on their back almost every team fight we've ever watched. And the Eva shots, you just can't stand still while they're aiming at you, Axel. What is going on? Oh my goodness, man. That's 2. That's 1 kill for Axel. That's 1 kill for Axel right there. And you know they've got them. Yeah, enough and more. They have to fall back off this. Zidrox and Fate in a bad position, and yeah, just making the move that they know they have to. They live to fight another day here. I don't know what was going through their head there. They had someone down. They had the Bloodhound knocked.
Again,
why are you not pushing off this?
We fall back to why are teams not playing so aggressively here in Game 5, especially when we know that there's a lot of teams in here that need to be aggressive. The Trolls are a team that have proven that they can play well. They had 2 great games. I know they've had a couple of stumbles, but they've shown that they've had 2 great games before. They can do it again. They've got this. They've got the Vision player down right now. They've got the Recon player down. It's a Caustic and a Wraith. They might not know that, but this is a huge opportunity for them to push, and it looks like they're going to back off again.
They might have heard a team behind them, so they are playing this very smart. If there is a team behind them, especially because they don't have the vision just yet, but we know that the circle is closing up around them, so they have put themselves unknowingly in a very good position. They should stay here, just try to control Lava Fisher, and just take over from there.
Yeah, this is. Ooh, I didn't think that so much fighting was going to be going down.
Oh, and here we go. Here we go. USAE is in a fight right now. I believe they're fighting Swagificent. So this, we talked about this. Swagificent, these teams getting aggressive. This could be a big equalizer here for these teams. And oh no, she's jet. They are going. They are going. This is the aggression we want to see. If there is a gold bag on one of those players, this is where it's going to come in handy. Bloodhound puts in. Nanito is going. Beautiful, massive shots. They have full ripped the shield off of somebody there. Lazy, oh no, unable to hit just everything they want, but this should be an easy cleanup here. Nanito is pushing in, and just like that, USAE is able to clean up Swagificent, and that is a big fight for them to win right there.
Wow, yeah, Lazy's gonna pick up 2 and Barely's gonna pick up 1. That's going to be a beautiful push over there by USAE, and I guarantee you they're looking for more. They're hungry.
All right, Terraform we have up here. Oh, Terraform playing for the end game here very tightly because they absolutely want to get control. They want their comeback game right here, but we've got to go back. We've got to talk about what USAE was just able to do there. Like, that was massive. They lose that fight, there's a good chance that any one of these other teams is overtaken first in this lobby.
No joke. I mean, confidence. They have the confidence in order to play. There's no doubt about that, and they're hungry for the win. But yeah, you're right. If they had overextended, if they didn't throw a grenade correctly, if they had missed a few shots and had gone down in game 5 in the top 15, wow. Yeah, you're looking at 1 placement point, no kills, and a lot of sadness.
And we talked about this in the lobby batch. Movement. They are in the position for the best possible ending. They've got the 3-story, they've got armor, they've got ammo, they've got meds, and they have a caustic and a Gibby that can hold this until the end days. So if there was ever a time for Movement to pop off, it would be now. Very smart. They are swapping the armors to build them up. Finally seeing it for the first time thus far.
You do. And as soon as he did, he picked it.
Just like,
it
and boom,
Zenvi
just
picked it up.
like that.
Yeah, Zenvi picked it up, the blue, and turns it right into a purple. So the last one is their caustic. He's the only one. He gets purple. You're right. Fart traps on the zip lines. This is their game to lose. This is looking very good for Movement.
Ring 3, wherever ring 3 goes, that's going to be the big thing. But if it pulls towards them, I definitely would be one to agree with you, because if they can just maintain this position and the ring comes the direction they need it to, I think they're the best chance to win it, as all his shield gets ripped off. That's actually very bad for them. Meds are going to be the big question for Movement if they can maintain that economy.
So one of the things that you have to think about is if you're going to sit up there, you can't peek. Or else you can't afford a peek fight. Yeah, you're just going to end up burning all your meds. By the time you get to the end game, you have one of 2 options. It's either jump off and go loot, which, let's be real here, all of it's going to be looted, or B, you're not going to have time and you're going to get shredded as soon as you drop down. You're going to lose your high ground and somebody else is going to take it. So do not peek. If you're a Movement squad, you should not be peeking that right now, because you're going to end up burning through all your meds. And there's no Lobas here.
Weeby Beeman, it looks like they were chasing down USAA for a time, but I'm not sure where they are at the moment. So if Weeby Beeman can clean that up, that is actually going to be big. They're looking around, they're scanning. And they don't have the ability right now to do their trademark long rotation. Well, no, they've got 90 seconds. If we could pull the map up momentarily, just because I want to see if they'll even have time to make this rotation, because the way they're going, they're heading into the backs of Ignite and a couple of other large teams here. Yeah, no, there's a couple of teams that are rotating behind. We've got somebody on the far left. We've got a trio pushing it. We've got Gods of Olympus pushing through Landslide right now, but everyone else is in Skyhook. And here's the danger. We've talked about this before with Weeby Beeman. These long rotations, you don't get real estate.
No, you don't.
You're picking up whatever is left, and it's usually a studio apartment with a leaky ceiling, and no one likes that.
Yeah, you're looking at about 6 or 7 teams in Skyhook right now that have position, and these teams that are on the outside trying to push in or that are trying to get building position. I'm sorry, you're SOL right now, and it's not going to be looking very good. So you either got to hope that you have an Octane that you can pad somewhere, hope that you got Pathfinder, hope that you got a Wraith that you can make some movement into. As you can see, USAA right here is trying to use the zip line. But again, they're another team that's out of, they're way out of position.
USAA was able to just catch Weeby Beeman. Oh no. The hunter becomes the hunted, but they didn't knock anyone.
Wow.
These guys are still on almost full shields. This is huge. Like, what? USAA, you gotta go chase them down. Like, you've got the, I'm pretty sure you have the Valkyrie, you've got the movement, go after them. Okay, you've got the Octane, get after them, because if you can knock them out, that's a massive opportunity for you.
I think that they are going to try and use this rotation here to catch Weeby Beeman using the geyser, the geyser jump off point here. I'm not sure if Weeby Beeman's going to be okay. So yeah, you can see him pushing over to the left right there. USAA is going to be in a good position.
This is a bad fight for USAA if they try to. Okay, good. They're smart. Yeah, they're going into countdown. They're going to countdown. But Weeby Beeman still has room to rotate through Lava Fisher. So like they almost have to take this fight here. But if they take this fight, it's horrible for them. But if they don't take this fight, Weeby Beeman does get away for free, and that's resources that USAA does not get back.
Well, and right now they do have Gibeol. They do have their Octane pad.
Inferno.
Oh boy.
Oh no, all on white armor still. This is very bad. This is very bad. They need to farm. Okay, there we go. One blue.
Okay.
Oh my god, did they get the knock?
I'm not sure.
They lost it to someone else. They lost it to Kaizen on movement.
So many shots, and Kaizen swoops it with one.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness, beautiful shots right now. That down shield is nothing. They need to get more armor off of this. And they were able to get one. Bad booty work. TTV was able to get JP the King. That's big for them. They need to get this armor. They need to get it. No, 32 away from blue. Oh, and someone else does clean it up. Inferno Fire cleans it up to get that finished.
Caustic did drop his shield over to the Octane and is trying to farm blue shield with that G7. So great team plays right there. That's smart, great communication. You love to see that. This is the kind of plays that we've been hoping for, and we're finally let's go.
Okay, taking a look at the map. It has not pulled away from the 3-story just yet, but there's a chance it can. And we have a huge number of fights going on just at edge of ring. This is what we talked about, the danger of these late rotations. All right, we have Academy doing their best, and who did they just eliminate?
Jamai Cobbs. That's Weeby Beeman.
They just eliminated Jamai Cobbs. I believe Weeby Beeman has been knocked out. So USAA finally able to get that clean up. And if you look at the kill feed, it looks like USAE was just able to get a couple kills as well, but Academy is the kill lead.
And Pug just picked one up from Weeby Beeman, so Weeby Beeman only lost one.
Yeah, Weeby Beeman is still in it, so they must have. Okay. You know what? They might have cleaned up the remainder of Mamba, because that was who was on that zip line.
Ah, very, very true. Yeah, and Inferno White just
there we go. Inferno White just wiped Weeby Beeman. So that is one out. That is one gone from our top 4.
Wow. Okay, Inferno White looking like a good position to make this push into the rotation. They're using the bubble, I would say, slightly early with 30 seconds left. They, after the bubble goes, I think that's when the timer starts again. So.
And they're in a dangerous spot, but oh no, USAA might be in a worse spot. They the bubble. That was dangerous for USAA. And looking at Inferno White, the armor they have, the positioning they are in, this could be a free farm if this rotation is not played perfectly by these other teams. But Inferno White against Movement Squad is still in the perfect spot. Now this next circle is going to be, I think, what tells us how the rest of this game plays out. Because, beautiful shots by Movement. Kaizen just putting the team on his back. Look at that, 1,200 damage already without a kill. This man is farming.
Oh man, that is an understatement. Oh, wow. I mean, look at their ammo right now. You're sitting on 140, 160.
But here's the problem.
Between the two players, that's not a lot of light ammo, especially as the circle's going to be closing and they will be firing from the top. They're going to have like 3 clips.
Bigger problem for Schmoovman, they don't have a kill. That's almost 1,700 damage without a kill.
Yeah,
that's dangerous. That is dangerous to be in. That's not a spot you want to find yourself. What could be their winning position, and see, look at that, it's now come to table for two.
Yeah,
that's not going to play to their strength. If I'm Schmoovman right now, I am picking a fight. I got to do something.
Look at this angle that table for 2 has on Schmoovman up top. Right here, as you can see, their Gibby's got a line of sight down the chokehold. He's got a line of sight over to the right for those buildings. He's going to obviously fire off some shots, but then if you see he turns right even more, he has a line of sight right to the direct middle. This is a great spot for table of 2. They are here and they are trying to get this dub after that last 25-point game. Looks like some shots are going to be coming in, and table for 2's Gibby is going to be looking down, but is not going to overpeak because he doesn't want to spend these. Okay, Inferno White. Oh, Gibby's going to go down for Inferno White. Shots coming in. A Valk tactical. Oh my goodness, Trolls trying to push in now as they're getting hit by Schmoovman squad from the top. They're going to have to push in the storm. They don't know that another team is here, unfortunately. Shots coming in. It's going to be the Trolls trying to go against Inferno, and they're going to end up taking them out. Oh my gosh. The Trolls lose their Gibby, but are still able to come out with a kill right there. Wow. 10 squads remaining. Oh, that's pushing it in. Unfortunately, Gods of Olympus, it's up to their Wraith. Oh, it's 1v1 and they're gonna go down. Gods are gonna go down. Inferno is gonna pick up the kills. Inferno Black able to res at least one. It looks like they're gonna be able to recover the banner, but there's not really many buy points left. You'll see a Wraith there. Schmoovman squad still holding up top with red armor. Again, Gibby ult in hand. This is doable. It looks like a triple take just got fired over there from that building that 2+1 is looking at. We are down to, it looks like 8 squads remaining, and we are still in a skyhook finish. This is good. I'm having a lot of fun right now. Mongoose stepped away just for 1 second. We're looking right now. Who's out? Trolls are gonna, oh my goodness, Trolls are gonna end up getting caught out. We are on board here with Terraform GG, Vero Wig. We've got Nighthawk and Tupac still alive as they are holding down this edge of circle building. Looking at the window, they are a team that has been waiting on the edge of circle. You can tell they don't have much damage between the 3 of them. They're hoping for this end game positioning because they need these points. My goodness. So Schmoovman's getting some shots in. It looks like... Yeah, wow.
Okay, and wow, Inferno Black, this is actually huge for them because they are currently in 5th at the moment. So this is a big spot for him. If he can make this play, make this rotation for as long as possible.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if he can get up that zip line quick enough. I think that the storm might hit him.
Yeah, and USAA know he's there, so this is just kind of waiting at that point. He might survive the zip line up. He might.
Namito just took somebody out as well.
Oh, just survives. Okay. Just survives. He needs no one to look at him right now. He needs no one to look at him, and he needs USAA to push that top ring right now. Because if he's not, he just got, there we go. Oh, and here they come! And just like that, we talked about it. And just like that, he falls.
Oh my God, I almost pissed my pants. My God, that
was terrifying.
The devil skin Octane comes up the side of the wall.
Just Octane Bloodhound comes up the side of a wall, and it's just, you hear the record scratch go.
Hey, you're probably wondering how I got here. Well, let me tell you. Namito's
right. USAE in a dangerous spot here. Oh, this rotation could be bad for them though, because they There's no cover. There is no cover because USAA already took underneath 3-story. So they've got the bubble to work with, and that's it. But those shots out of Namito to put them on red. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. They might need to go off this. We need some sort of position. Or, oh my god, bubble's already out. And oh no, and they the bubble shot. Oh no! And like that, I think USAE might be out of it here. That car is not thick enough to protect you that long, Lazy. Especially when Schmovement's been living up there this entire game. It's finally paid off for them. Oh. And there goes USAE and a bombardment onto the Bloodhound. I think at this point, it's just waiting for that one grenade to come in here. But somehow, some way, Namito it's finally eats it again, and there we go.
Oh, he looked up at the wrong time.
Table for two, also out. And who is that? That's Terraform.
Oh
Terraform.
my goodness!
They've been sitting at the train station since we got to Skyhook, and finally they come out to clean up last game's winner. We are into our top 4. Everyone is a
CCO still alive.
Everyone is a full squad. We have 12 people into our final circle. Schmoovement squad, man. CCO, Terraform, and Terraform already taking shots up top. We have, so that's 3 of 4. We need, who is our 4th team, Stormman? I think it's USAA at this point. So a very tight game.
I believe it's USAE. Oh yeah, no, you're right.
We have still, USAA is still in it, Terraform, Schmoovement, and CCO. So we have one of our top teams, and everyone else is fighting for position. This is, again, those opportunity teams those opportunity games we talked about.
This is huge, and it looks like there's going to be a rotation, and one is going to go down. So
what was USAA doing? What was Vortex doing there?
I'm at a loss. I don't know. He's in a rough spot right now. He's getting absolutely beamed. Oh my goodness! This is
a fight going down low. Schmoovement squad finally dropping off the top here. Beautiful shot, but no, that's 2 down there. They do the caustic gas to work when he gets another caustic, but no! Schmoovement goes down. CCO cleans it up at the end, and of course USAA is distracting Terraform. Terraform doesn't know they have basically a free kill to their right. Terraform pushing in. This bubble fight's gonna be big. Oh my goodness! Shots of the Bloodhound are almost perfect there, but unfortunately their octane does go down. But I think they are in a 2 versus 2 right now. Oh no! Playing the storm. Nighthawk, unfortunate positioning there. Oh my goodness, and Tupac's still alive. Also, and CCO is coming in for the clean up shots on Terraform, and CCO.
Great finish.
They take their 2nd win of the event so far.
Wow, CCO is Did you call CCO? You said CCO was one of the teams that you wanted to look at as a team that could possibly make a little ruffle in the feathers here, and that's exactly what they just did. That's a big game for them.
We knew it was going to be someone, and it was them.
Wow.
An absolutely incredible game. No 2 ways to split it there. That was incredible.
Wow, 4 teams at the end, jump pads everywhere, shots going down. There's a big fight with caustic gas right over in the middle of Skyhook. Somehow Terraform is able to camp out in train station the entire time, wait for the final 2. I mean,
sitting there the whole time, and it's like, and beautiful positioning on their part. It worked.
Wow. Yeah,
it did exactly what they wanted it to do. But the real question of that game, if I'm going to be 100% on the real question of that game, what was that rotation by USAA?
I'm at a loss.
They had I know that when it comes to Schmoovement squad up top and CCO's in the center, but they're down low. No one is currently pushing you. You have position down low. Everyone has to drop on you. Why are you rotating to the far side of ring?
There must have been a gap in communication. There had to have been,
because he went solo. It was Vortex going solo, and then his 2 teammates afterwards.
I wonder if he got pushed first and felt like this scared, like I gotta throw my pad out right now. But he became a flying duck, flying through the air. And I mean, between Terraform firing at him, and I believe it was Schmoovement squad on top before they dropped down. he had no choice. He got absolutely lasered, unfortunately. So very interesting. I'm watching it right now on the replay. Yeah, he got lasered. It was actually just Movement Squad. It was not Terraform shooting at him, but it looked like at least 6 shots into his back.
And obviously, like, he doesn't know that Terraform's right there, but like, you're still making a move out into the open, and you know that the circle is going to close down more around where you were. And if you just wait long enough to let Schmovement and CCO do what they did, which was fight, you can clean that up pretty easily. They're dropping on you. You just stay underneath. You just stay in your little cubby under the stairs, and you're fine. So I feel like that's going to be a thing where if there's one thing that haunts USAA today, I think it's going to be that move at that critical juncture of the game, which is unfortunate. They've been playing so well all day.
A very unfortunate mistake that I don't think would technically cost them, but it might end up doing some hard damage and might force them to play a little bit more aggressive game 6 than they wanted to.
Yeah, because that's the thing is, like, they were doing well. They had kills. They had placement. But the difference between 4th and 2nd, that's big enough where that matters, especially with how tight this tournament has been so far. So we'll have our answers at the end of all of this. So we're getting our scoreboard updated right now, but I've got to say, Battery, that game went exactly how we thought it was. Incredibly aggressive across the board. USAE, I think, out before top 5. So that's big. That's big. I don't know how many kills they got. I want to be just as surprised as all of our viewers when the scoreboard does pop up.
USA finished 5th because
so they finished 5th.
Yeah, because I remember Lazy was trying to pop a shield bat, looked up, and the Gibby bombardment came. Right on Sam, hit him right in the dome. So yeah.
So out at 5th, it's not a lot of placement points.
No,
it's not a lot of placement points, and I don't know how. We know that they got 1 team wipe, but that's it. So that's 8. We know, and Ignite was in there for a while as well. Ignite has been playing very, very well. CCO with another win as well, and when CCO wins, they're generally pretty high point games. So
yeah,
I fully expect this scoreboard to do some big shifting when we do end up pulling it up there. But
CCO top 5 possibly. CCO top 5 going into game.
I definitely see CCO being top 5, if not top 3, going into game 6. But now the big question, if we look at our predictions, Schmovement Squad did a lot of damage, but it's the positioning battle. You know, sometimes your positioning is amazing and it leads to rewards. For Schmovement, not really. Like, they had the position, they had the position, they had the resources, they had what they needed, but just one reason or another, they just couldn't make it go the way they wanted to. And that's unfortunate because they played that about as perfectly as you could have up until that last fight.
Yep. Yeah, a ton of damage with no kills. You know, I think, if you want to be honest, that's a really big demoralizer, in my opinion. You're racking up the damage. You're hoping to get just a knock, something that you might be able to finish. And it just didn't happen for them. I don't know if they picked up any kills. I don't think that they did. Even at the end game, I think that they...
Maybe one or two at most.
If they were able to quickly finish somebody, yeah. But, man, that's a little frustrating probably for them to be doing all that damage and not picking up any kills. And having such great positioning on the map for as long as they did. It's unfortunate that they couldn't get that middle circle to pull towards them a little bit more, but it made for a hell of an end game. So
it did. No, that was probably one of the tightest end games we've had. We had 2 teams outside of the top 5 versus 2 teams inside the top 5. Exactly what you're hoping for going into that game. Big story of that match, Weeby beaming out pretty early. Trolls, I don't know where they went down. That's a big question too. And Table for 2+1 also out before the top 5 as well. So a lot of these teams that made those big comeback spikes, they might have taken a tumble. This next scoreboard is going to be very, very telling for how this is going to end up shifting for our final game, because game 6 is going to be a doozy when all is said and done.
I don't think I've been excited to cast a game as much as I have for the game 6. Like, this is going to be this is gonna be it. Like, first of all, I can't wait to see the scoreboard, but the gameplay that's going to come out of Game 6, the final circle, the hopefully the rotations, we're seeing smarter team plays coming into this, going into the final game. I mean, this is shaping up very nicely to be one of the most heat games that we've seen in any tournament setting in a long time, and I'm willing to put my name behind that one.
Oh yeah, no, this has been a hell of an event thus far, and for everyone out there watching, we can't thank you enough for being here, for joining us. We hope you've been having as much fun as we have been having today. But with all of that said, we're gonna hop on over to the scoreboard. And just like that, USAE 1 point off the number we all wanted them to be at, but
CCO?
it's nice regardless. CCO 22 points in game 5. My goodness. And just like that, our top 3 has been blown wide open.
The trolls, we've been saying that they need these good games, but they had another single digit game. They go from second down to fourth. Now there's a 10-point discrepancy. When we're talking about pulling these games out at the last second, I mean, even look at Terraform, a 13-point game, their best game so far. They move themselves into a possibility of playing for a top 3 spot. Movement Squad playing for a top 3 spot. We Be Beam and
Academy
too. I mean, you have to look at the Academy team with a 13-point game to bring themselves from the bottom right up there to, what was that, 4th, I believe, or not 4th,
yeah.
5th.
Tied for 4th. Yeah, right there, tied for 4th. Top five is tight. This is like, even USAE, if I'm USAE right now, I'm not feeling safe in any way, shape, or form. It's been shown that literally just in the last game alone, they needed way more than 9 points to secure themselves a comfortable lead. I'm fully expecting someone to dive on them at the start of this game. You want them out early, and you need them gone. So CCO, Ignite, Trolls, Academy, they want to take that fight, because if they win, there's no way that one of these teams doesn't overtake at that point.
Absolutely. If USAE gets stuck with 5 points or less, they're not going to win. This is a big game. I know that they might feel like they have a comfortable 19-point lead right now, and 19 points does sound comfortable, but look, CCO just had a 22-point game. Table for 2 plus 1 had a 25-point game. Ignite had a 21-point game. USAE, you guys had a 31-point game. It is possible. All it takes is just that confidence, those shots to hit, CCO's positioning, CCO's willingness to stay at the end game, pick up the majority of their kills at that end game, and really take a stranglehold. And now look, they're knocking on the door. They have another 20-point game. Yeah.
CCO is currently, this is a big deal. CCO is currently the only team that has won 2 games. There are only repeating winners, and that means something. They have, they've had a rough couple of games. Games 2, 3, and 4, not exactly what they wanted it to, but they came back game 5 when it mattered to win again. And at this point, what I would say, if I'm CCO, I'm playing with house money. I have all the confidence in the world. I'm picking every fight. I'm taking the risky rotations. I'm doing everything because I know right now everyone's looking at me and they know how good I am at this moment. I think at this point, if USAE goes down early, which I would not be surprised if they do, I think we're gonna see CCO Ignite, and you know what? I think Inferno Black's got another one in them. I think if we're gonna go top 3 predictions, I'm thinking CCO Ignite, Inferno Black.
Okay. For me, I'm gonna go with you're talking final 3, and
I'm talking top 3. I'm talking at when all is said and done.
Okay, I'm gonna go with USAE, CCO, and Inferno White. I think those 3 are going to be our top 3. But I got a question for you. Who do you think, with that, I would say anybody looking at, between Schmovement, Terraform, and Instinct, because they have the biggest point discrepancy. As you see, 36 to 39 is only 3 points, 36 to 31 is 5, and so on. Who do you think out of Schmovement, Terraform, and Instinct has the highest chance to get close enough to possibly shake up that top 3?
I think Schmovement at this point. They've been fairly consistent in their points. Like, they had a rough game 1 and game 2 and game 4, but in terms of bounce back games, I think Schmovement is going to be a big player in this one, because if there's a team that is very excellent at disrupting team fights, it is Schmovement. We saw that 4 different times in the last game. They were shooting at literally everyone, and granted, they didn't get a lot of kills, which is rough, but they're still out here. And they had, if Schmovement's not on that top, on the top of that building, that entire game plays out differently. They still basically dictated that entire end circle. And so I think if there's a team that can do it, I think it's Schmovement's going to have the biggest effect on the lobby if they choose to do so.
I like that a lot. I'm not sure how I can counter that. I mean, that's spot on. And if they can get that, like they did, Zenvi's in chat saying they got 4 kills, so they did get kills. So if they can hold down another position like that, yeah, I guess I could see Schmovement doing it as well. If Terraform does another late drop, not late drop, but if they do another one of those waiting drops where they kind of hold it out, wait for that final circle, they have a chance. But I would say, yeah, Schmovement for sure. If they can grab that high ground, if they can grab that positioning, that building, hold those doors, and really dictate gameplay, yeah, I could definitely see them making a surprise visit into the top 3.
I would not be surprised, because if there's one thing we've learned with all of the games today, it's that nothing is predictable. We've called things and been wrong. We've planned out movements for every one of these teams, and they've done the exact opposite. So if there's one thing that we can be sure of, it's that nothing is for sure. But if there's one thing that I know, and this goes out to every single team that's still playing that's playing in our tournament today, you guys have done an incredible job, and frankly, first, second, third, they are wide open. Which one of you is going to go out and take it? Because we're going to be excited to watch. I believe we are T-minus 60 seconds away from our final game of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Because I know I am.
Let's get some hype. Oh, I'm ready. Let's get some hype in the chat. This is game 6. There's a lot on the line here. We got a $500 prize pool for this top 3, and top 10 is a toss-up. Let's go.
$300 on the line for first place, and first place well within reach of almost anyone in the top 5 at this point. So the real question becomes, what happens next? But without further ado, let's hop right in. Game 6 on the way. All right, and we are loading in right now. Now, the big thing I'm going to be curious about, Battery, most of the circles have been kind of north and middle. If we get a south circle for our final game, that is going to be huge for a lot of these teams, because so many teams land south side of the map, but they always have to make this super long rotation. It's always very dangerous. If the game comes to them, I think we're gonna see somebody who has never placed in the top 5, I think, take a win at that point. So I think Circle is going to be a big player here, but if we get something standard like we've seen most of the game, I think we're gonna, again, it's normally we'd call it a coin flip. It's roll a d20 and see what happens.
Actually, that's a great thought. You're right. A lot of teams have had to play for that rotation. And if there's a team that has to switch up, that's a big change. A team that doesn't have to rotate now suddenly has to rotate, take different gunfights, maybe fight against kids that they haven't had to fight against yet. That could be big.
And that would be big for Trolls and Weeby Beeman, because they land south and they're known for their long rotations. If they don't have to move, that's big for them, because they're very good. They're very good 3-on-3 fighters. They're very good at holding positions. But where we've seen them struggle today has been those rotations they're being forced to make. So it's really going to come down to, at the end of the day, if they get a favorable circle, I could see some big things happening across the board for all of those teams.
Yeah, oh man, I can't wait to see
another hot drop in Fragment East. That's big right there. So the real question becomes now, where do they end up going?
Well, we have a lot of people that dropped the south side of this map over here. It looks like 2, 4, 6. Okay, so it looks like we have 2 teams going staging, but we still have 8 teams on this outside ring here.
This is a lot of people. Oh, we're getting a fight. We're gonna have a fight in Thermal Station popping up. We're getting someone is contesting in the final thing, and we're getting some contesting contesting over in Fragment as well. Oh my goodness, it's Ignite. No. It's Ignite in 3rd place. This is actually huge. If they go down, it's a 1v1 for Ignite. Beautiful flesh shots. Oh no, it's a 2v1. This is all on Shade. If Shade wins this, it saves their tournament life right now. No! Instinct!
Oh my gosh! Ignite with 42 points is going to drop first. Oh my gosh!
Instinct coming out of nowhere. That is massive. That is 3rd place gone. That is 3rd place gone at 42 points, and the next 4 teams below them, 36 to 39 points.
They got to pray for a miracle. But one of the teams that just took them out is below them, and that's Instinct. I mean, wow, what just happened?
We talked about it. There was gonna be someone doing something, and Instinct made the play. That was huge.
They full swung it. That's the kind of play that you're talking about. That's the kind of plays that win you games. At the end of the day, God Ares, unfortunately.
God Ares, there we go. You know what? He might be alone, but he's putting on a show. It's totally fine. He's enjoying himself.
Ares, we love you. We appreciate you sticking around, even though you have to solo it, my guy. You
know what? We've seen some solos do some crazy things. You know what? This could be God again, because you got to think about this. All of these solos, they can still have an effect on these games. There's teams out there, literally one shot from a mile away. That's enough to finish off a team's hopes for finishing top 3, top 4, top 5. So,
could you imagine getting griefed by a sentinel from across the map as you're trying to pop a Phoenix kit and your teammates are down?
Oh man, and that's what knocks you out. That could be rough. Now, if we could pull up the map, I want to see where this circle is going right now, because that's going to be the big determining factor. Ooh. Okay, it's still a little central, but it's west. This actually could be a slightly easier rotation for some of these teams that are on the cusp. I would love to take a look, if we have a chance, to see where Trolls Academy and where any of the Inferno teams might be, because those teams... Oh, and should we catch Trolls? And Legolas is back out, but on a different team. Their name is Cubones now. And beautiful shots. This is a big fight for Trolls. If Trolls goes out here, they have no chance of placing top 3. But if they win this, that could be big, because Ignite is already out. But
making the roto here.
They are making the smart play here, absolutely, with this rotation.
Yeah, you gotta. I know that it's not gonna finish in Skyhook, but you got plenty of time. The storm's not moving in for another 5 seconds, and on top of that, you've got over 2 minutes to move. You're already close to the edge of it as it is. Go loot Skyhook. Let these teams fight it out. You need with Impact, with them gone.
With Ignite gone, that's
Ignite.
Huge.
Sorry, with Ignite gone, yeah, that's huge for the Trolls. This is a big opportunity for them, only being 7 points behind them in the standings. Play it out. Take your time. You got nothing but time here. Oh, goats.
Pug just got somebody up in the thing, and so did not Cheeto. So that was, I believe, Weeby Beeman just got a couple of kills there, if I am remembering that correctly. So that's big for them as well, because they are one of those cusp teams too. So if we could check on Weeby Beeman in a moment. Yes, that is 2 kills at least for them, but looks like they might be in another fight. Yeah, 2 kills right there on the board. So that is big for them. That puts them at 38 points going into the tightening of this ring. But something we didn't talk about, Battery Academy, they were in launch site. They have a very long way to go and about 5 teams between them. So that's a lot. Oh, and I didn't even notice Weeby Beeman. They can get a res off here, but they are down their caustic. And yeah, that looks like what they're doing. They're doing the far rotation to get the res.
Yeah, so here's the thing about USAA here. You said USAA, correct? Not USAE?
AA, yeah, Academy.
Yes. So with the Academy team, there's only 2 ways you can play it, honestly, because if you play it aggressively, it's not going to work out. So throw the aggressiveness out the window. You either
beautiful shot with that bow.
Absolutely, that was nice. You either hit that zip line as soon as you can to hit a balloon and get out of there, or you wait and you play that edge of the circle and you move slowly and you just wait until you can hide behind somebody.
I think they're... All right, we've got a couple of teams pushing in here. Enough and More is trying to third party this as well. This is getting very dangerous very, very quickly, especially for Trolls, because they absolutely need to win this fight. And if they don't, that will be it for... That'll be for them on this event. Enough and More is playing this beautifully. They're not pushing in. They are just biding their time because they know if they can just wait for this game to play their direction. And oh my goodness, Q-Bones just doesn't seem to miss with this bow.
He's having too much fun with it right now.
Oh no, absolutely. Oh my goodness, this is actually a perfect position for for Trolls to be in. If they see a knock in the kill feed, I think they just have to go. And Enough and More, they're getting pushed. Oh no, and who was that? Who just pushed Enough and More? That's 2 down for them right there. That is Instinct again. Instinct is taking this game and putting it on their back. That Rev Octane combo just almost too much to handle right now, and that is going to be it for Enough and More. They need to heal very quickly though. You gotta think Trolls is moving in on this fight right now, and they did burn the Revenant ult. That's big. Yep,
they were able to get a couple of kills out of it. Maybe they have maybe does Rev have a gold helmet by chance? Can we check that?
I didn't see. I don't think no white helmet.
Okay, so slow res back on the ult here, only at 16%. You gotta wait a little bit. I mean, you can silence teams, you can hold them back right now, but if you want to wait for a Rev ult to go again, another Rev totem, you're gonna have to play really passively if you're Instinct until you can make that push. Because right now it seems to be working for them. It's getting them the kills.
I almost, if I'm Instinct right now, I almost think I don't play this slowly. I think I just go for it because they're at least 4 kills, maybe 5 right now. And if they can take out Trolls, that's another top team that is out of contention there. We didn't talk about it at all, but it appears that Instinct here, they're the ones who have the chance to really affect how this lobby plays. And look at that, Weeby Beeman. They were able to get their caustic back up. This is actually big. Oh, and they are getting aggressive, pushing in on this team right in front of them right here. I'm curious who this might
fight?
be. It might be right here. Yeah, Weeby Beeman, and oh no, they are just hunting at this point. That looks like, yeah, that is, I believe that is Terraform right there in front of them, and it looks like one of them were able to get away. So the rat strats, they begin. Oh no, it's not Terraform, it's Table for Two.
Oh, Table for Two. Oh.
They only have 1 player up inside the building at the moment. Oh, that is actually big right there.
That's not good for Table for Two. They need to have a stellar game, and if they only have 1 up, that's pretty much gonna...
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. We're just hearing from the office, from the observer team now. They are currently fighting Terraform. Table for Two is actually able to use the cover to escape, and we be beaming. Oh, this is very, very dangerous. You've got that caustic ult to work with. Oh, and Instinct is also coming into third party. If there was a team I would actually be afraid of right here, it is Instinct right now. They have not been missing when they pick their fights. And they are, oh, and there's a perfectly placed Octane pad right there. In comes the Revenant. Beautiful shots forcing out this team, and now they have the high ground, but they are getting beamed from across the way over at the train station. I'm wondering who that is, but oh god, no, dropping into 3.
Instinct! Don't be throwing your game like this, Instinct. You cannot be throwing your game.
Instinct needs to play this very, very carefully. I think they traded Nox there, so they are in a 2v2 situation, but there are 3 people down there, but Romeo is in a beautiful position up top. This is going to really be what seals the deal. It was the Revenant was just able to get away. No, the Revenant is down low and unable to get away, but they take out the Bloodhound. Beautiful shot. Another one coming up. Why are they going one at a time? Oh, what are you doing? And pushing in again. Purple armor, but it is now a 1v1. Romeo needs to get his shield off here. Very smartly backs away. No, doesn't pop the battery. What are they doing? Going in, trying to stop the red. Oh, the hip fire. It's not enough. Does crack it, but this gas is going to be the deciding factor here. The pause on the res could be what wins Romeo this fight. They are going for the cleanups here. This is Terraform right here. Up against Instinct. This is the battle of the game changers. No, stuck on the door. Oh no, oh my goodness. Just barely able to get out, and Ring is closing. This is very bad. He needs to make this happen. And Instinct, no! It was Weeby Beeman. It was Weeby Beeman the entire time.
Oh my goodness. Wow, what?
Come on.
And Terraform is still somewhere around here doing something to stay alive. Where are they? They've been in this fight like 4 different times and just getting out.
Oh my gosh. He was able to pick up Nighthawk's banner, so he can do a buyback. They've got at least 3. He's got a kill and 2 assists. So unbelievable that Vera was able to escape from what seemed to be a 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, a million party beatdown, it seemed like. And he's able to sneak away.
The number of times those teams swapped and re-engaged and swapped again, I have no words right now to describe that fight other than incredible.
And that's gonna do it. Yeah, Vera just got sniped in the head. Unfortunately, I picked that up on the kill feed, so they are gonna drop in 13th.
And Table for two. Table for two, who also originally escaped from that fight. It's the cleanup. Oh my goodness, the solos. The solos are having a massive effect on this game thus far. But the longer and longer this game goes, trolls are slowly but surely putting themselves in a spot where they can do a lot here. And that's going to be something very, very curious.
Table for two has... Wow, Ares has an alternator.
If there's a gun that a solo needs, it's this one right here. They've got the reload with the gold mag. What can Ares do with this alternator? And more importantly, if he does run into a team, what team is he gonna possibly give it to?
Another little dancing. He's gonna take some shots.
And he is just doing his best to try to stay alive. He can't. Oh my god, that's the most dangerous sim of all time. And he goes down to Inferno White, but that's actually big for Inferno White. They are one of those cusp teams we talked about. If there is one team that I want to take a brief check-in on, if they're still up, is USAE. Because if they have any kills, that is big for them. Okay, no kills for one. I'm not seeing any kills here. No on 2.
A top 3 finish might secure
no on 3. They have no kills right now. This is dangerous because they are between at least 2 teams here, maybe 3. USAE goes down here with no kills in 10th. That is not a lot of points. You do not have the buffer that you desperately need right now if you are USAE. And I think they know it. Yeah, they need to pick a fight. They need to win something.
It looks like they're going to try and start something over here next to Harvester, I believe, was where we're at. This.
Oh my god, beautifully placed shots there. They just need to clean something up, but they have to know there's a team behind them because that is who Trolls was focusing on when we were checking on them earlier.
Do they use the Gibby ult though? Because right now this is a canyon. This is a little hole in the rocks. There's a lot of cover here. That might be a wasted ult.
Yeah, and I think that they recognize that as he was about to drop it. They need to save it for out in the open. These shots are solid, but I'm still seeing nothing, absolutely nothing in the kill feed. USAE needs this very badly, but those shots on Barely Asian, I'm starting to get very, very concerned here. We've got 9 squads left in this game. I'm not sure who just went down in the kill feed there, but things are starting to tighten, and it wasn't USAE who got the kill. So we're still waiting to see if they can rack up any points outside of placement right now, because they are gaining points. They're in 8th right now. They're gonna get something out of this. It comes down if they can make something happen on top of that.
Yeah, I just are you playing? It depends. Are you playing for that? Are you playing for the positional points, or do you want to play aggressive? And I think that they need to start playing a slightly aggressive. There's too many teams here that are playing aggressive for them to not do it.
Weeby Beeman in a great spot right here, especially given how this rotation is going to be a little bit rough, and they can just octane off the top here. Great armor as well, and again, this is a big rotation for them because and who just went down? Swagnificent just went down to Academy. So Academy making some moves here as well. Big plays out of them, and they are just continually hunting in this lower side of the valley.
Yeah, they're going to be looking to make this outside edge rotation over into, hopefully, where is this? The backside over here where they might catch 2 or 3 teams. It looks like they might be facing, up top. Yep, there they go. They're getting into a fight right now.
There's a big fight right there. This is CCO versus Academy. This is big. That Costicle was huge.
What a Costicle!
Beautiful shot. Okay, it's still CCO. This caustic gas is the only thing keeping him alive, but no! CCO, that was esports, that was Army! But oh no, Army is getting plugged from across. They have 5 kills. That is actually huge for Army. If he can get out of, if Lazy can get out of here with this, that is actually going to be massive. It's the only thing keeping their chances alive right now. They're top 6 with 5 kills right now. That is at least 10 points. So they are at 78. This is slowly but surely possibly moving away from all of these teams, so they need to get that USAE elimination as soon as possible.
Right now, these teams are running out of time. They need to find Lazy right now and make sure that he doesn't pick up any more position points.
And Weeby Beeman is in a rough position. Oh no, it's all 3 outside. This might be it for Weeby Beeman. But Axel just dipping, dodging, and diving. What are they doing? They're not pushing at all. Why? I don't understand what is happening.
And Aim Lock-On's just got 2 kills because the teammates bled out. So he's able to pick up 2 extra kills, 2 extra kill points in there, and finish in 5th. That's big for Weeby Beeman.
Mamba for life, clawing their way into our top 4 for the first time, all on red. That was actually a big fight for them, and they might be the best positioned team thus far for this final circle. There's not a lot of room to play with here. Academy still in a great position. USAE. Lazy in a dangerous spot, but and just another team went down, so he just top 3'd there. So that is Inferno. One of the Infernos is out. Inferno Black just went out, so this is USAE, Mamba for life.
Final 3 teams, USAA, USAE, wow. Here we go.
3v1, and Lazy is going for the rotation. A madman, and is just pushing into the academy team. No dice there. And down goes Lazy, but a top 3 exit with 5 kills, that might just be enough to cement their win.
Seer Tactical is going to come in and expose the academy player here. It looks like it's a 3v3. So here we go.
Oh my god, and here it is, Mamba for Life versus USAA, the final fight, 3v3. This is what it all comes down to. USAA is playing off the low ground though, so this could be rough, though. Mamba for Life is getting hyper aggressive on just that one player. My goodness, oh my god, beautiful shots right there on the Gibby, and this Seer, the bubble blade, they've completely stolen the bubble from the Gibby, and
there
like
it is.
that, Academy is the champion.
Wow.
Congratulations to them taking the final victory in our game 6.
USAA, congratulations on taking that win in game 6. That's big for them. They were one of those middle floating teams, depending on how many kills they were able to pick up, including those last 3. That's a scary game for them, that's for sure.
Well, there is not much left to say. This has been an incredible game, incredible end to our tournament thus far. Every single one of these games has been absolutely insane.
Yeah, it's mind-blowing.
Amazing Apex gameplay. Amazing games from every single one of our teams, and across the board, like we were hoping the final game would be. Tight as it could be. We watched our 3rd place team go down immediately at the start. We watched all of our cusp teams fight it out, and I think almost all of them had at least 1 or 2 kills, and a lot of them were in the top 10. So this right now is going to be a very tight game. Now, everybody, before we get to the scoreboard, which is currently being calculated, just wanted to explain a little bit about how these scores are going to work. We're going to have a preliminary scoreboard, and then we need to do a final verification. We're going to go through our VOD. We're going to check to make sure teams are who they say they are. It is a very brief verification process, but it's something that is necessary so we ensure that we have fair competition across the board. So what will end up happening once all of these scores are tabulated is we're going to show you the initial final scoreboard. We'll have a rough top 20. And then later today, once all of our final verification has been done, that is when we will announce the top 3 and contact our winners. But Battery, beyond the rigmarole of running an event, that was incredible. An incredible 6 games, an incredible day of Apex. Like, what's going through your head right now?
The number one thing is that we got through 6 games and no drop lobbies. Woohoo! We did it. Let's go.
Not a single lobby technical difficulty, and you know what? That is actually incredible. That's something worth celebrating. I gotta ask you, Battery, because we've watched an incredible amount of Apex today. An incredible amount. Your top moment, because I have mine, but I want to know what your top moment is.
Man, my top moment, it's got to be, let's think here. I'm gonna have to say that second win by CCO. Having that position the entire time and being able to wait it out and snag that finish at the very end, that was high IQ play. That was one of my favorite moments.
That is big. I think for me, biggest moment for me has to be Instinct dropping on Ignite and just completely blowing open our final lobby, because every single one of these teams had amazing games and all of them did incredibly well. But if there's like one moment, like one truly game-changing moment for 7 different teams, in that 1 second, it's that right there, because at that point now almost anyone can take third if you have a good enough game.
Absolutely. That's true. Actually, our reaction, I know that the cameras didn't pick it up. I know that I saw our reactions ourselves, but you guys missed out. Both of us, hands on the head, absolutely mind blown that Impact went down first. It was heartbreaking to see. It was a great effort by them, but it did open up that opportunity to have the top three pretty much be anybody.
I mean, really, there's nothing that you can really say about this that hasn't already been said. Incredible games across the board, an insane amount of talent on every single one of these teams. But I think the biggest takeaway from all of that is just the competition out here is incredibly tight. And if you guys are enjoying all of this, if you've enjoyed watching any of this, if you've enjoyed what you've been seeing, or you want to participate in this yourself, please keep an eye on both the Grassroots Gaming, the Terraform Discord. We have a lot of plans to run many more of these events. So if this is the first time you've seen any of this and you love what you're seeing, join the Discords, find groups of amazing people to play with. And the next time that we run one of these, you'll be able to be participating and have us screaming our heads off at all of the amazing games that you guys are playing.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you everybody for the gameplay, for coming into chat, for everything. I mean, there were so many awesome moments that were hard to pick as our favorite, you know, from gunfights to rotations to crazy getaways to jump pads, third parties. You guys, thank you everybody for making this tournament so much fun to cast, so much fun to watch, and really just pure entertainment.
And we have our scores being entered right now, so we're gonna have a preliminary scoreboard very, very shortly. But if there's one thing that I think I'm most excited about at the end of all of this is what comes next. What comes next for all of these teams? We have a huge number of narratives and stories going into whatever the next tournament is, and the number of changes I'm excited to see with all of these teams and everything that happens. The next one is only going to be better, and it's only going to keep getting better. So keep an eye out, everybody. Follow all of the socials, follow us on all of our channels, join the Discords, because we want you here. We want you here for the next one. At Grassroots CMO for Grassroots Gaming, at Terraform GG for Terraform, because we can't wait to have you guys here next time. And what we're gonna do now is, because I just believe that the scoreboard has just updated, is we're gonna hop on over to our final scoreboard, our preliminary scoreboard for the end of the Grassroots Gaming, Terraform Gaming Preseason Invitational. And just like that, an amazing game out of both Army Esports Academy and CCO, just able to hold on there at the very end. We be beaming. They did their best, but just a few points short. And Army Esports, they got by there on the skin of their teeth. That was absolutely incredible.
Wow. Yeah, what a finish. USAE CCO finished top three. I don't remember who I said the top three were going to be, but glad that US Army was able to stay consistent the entire time, finish out with a dub, and obviously their academy team finished in second. That's very impressive. So congrats to our top three teams, and thank you to all the teams that participated as well. All
of you guys put on an incredible show today. And again, remember, this is a preliminary scoreboard. We will have our final announcement closer to the end of the day today, but we don't want you guys going anywhere, because what we're going to jump to now is going to jump to Aftermath, our post-game show with Gigi Machiavelli and Reckless from Terraform, and they are going to be interviewing some of our top teams that were performing, get their take on what the games were like right here, right now. So if you want more Apex action, stick around. We can't wait to see you in our Aftermath show. But with a final look at our preliminary scoreboard, Ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in between, thank you so much for coming out. We're going to send things back over real quick before we send you into our Aftermath post show. I don't know.
Oh, weird.
All right, Battery. I mean, I feel like we've said everything we can, so all I will say to you is thank you so much for joining me today. It was a hell of a time. Zach and Zach in the morning, or Zach squared. We'll have to do this. We will have to do this again sometime. But before I sign off, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you so much. I just want to be, as one of the co-owners of Terraform Gaming, I just want to make a huge shout out to Grassroots Gaming for running this tournament with us. Amazing job. They're the ones that are hosting the back end, the stream, the stats, the scoreboard. Shouts out to them. We really appreciate that. Also, everybody in chat, I know I'm going to be reading this 3 minutes before before it comes out, but we're getting some great love in the chat saying thank you for the casting. So thank you for the compliments, because both Mongoose and I, we do love to cast. I love to play. There's nothing better than playing, but man, so when we get to cast games like this, it takes it to the next level. It makes us enjoy the gameplay even more. So thank you so much for the games. Thank you so much for the gas. Thank you for coming in and chat and showing your love, your support, everything. Big shout outs. Guys, got to stay in the Discords, because we're going to be announcing more tournaments, and there's going to be a ton more things coming in the future. So gonna have to stick around.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you, of course, to the Terraform organization for helping us put this on. We could not have done it without them. Thank you to every single one of our competitors, every person who came out today. We appreciate each and every one of you being here. And from the bottom of all of our hearts, we had the best time today. We hope that you guys had a great time as well. And until next time, don't forget to stick around for the post show. We can't wait to show you guys all of the great competitors and allow you to get to know them a little bit more. But until next time, my name is Dr. Mongoose.
I'm Battery Power.
And we will see you next time. Have a great rest of your Saturday.
See you, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the GG and Terraform after show. Those were some incredible games. Dr. Mongoose and Battery Power really just bringing that commentary. What we're going to do here, it's all said and done. We're going to find out really and truly what these teams did to prepare for such a momentous occasion. Really, what type of team comps, did Seer's update really affect anything? So what we're going to do is we're going to bring in the team captain from Weeby Beeman, Pug, and we're just going to ask him a few questions and see how it went. Pug, you are live. Are you there?
I'm here. Hello.
Hi, Pug.
What's good?
What's good? You're on the air. Really well done. First off, you guys got fourth. You got fourth place. Congrats. Nothing to shake the stick at. Go ahead and tell me a little bit, just what was going through your mind the entire time.
Basically, placement and kills, and we were just like talking about what characters, where we should go, who to push. But sometimes we fucked up and pushed the wrong team, and then we got hold out of some, and then we got killed.
No problem. Hey, you know what? It happens. I've been there, multiple times. You push in, you think it's the right thing, and then three teams just, collapse on you. Tell me how you prepared for the tournament, if you will. What'd you guys do?
We didn't even practice.
You didn't even practice, and you came in fourth place.
Yeah.
Well, that might be, just a little shout out there for everybody. Everybody did an amazing job, but look at that. Sometimes you don't have to practice. You just got to show up and play. So, what was your team comp out there? Who did you guys select?
Well, first game we did Octane, Bloodhound, and Caustic, I think. And that went pretty well, but the thing is, second game we got killed off drop, and we were like, maybe I should take Wraith. And I took Wraith, it didn't go well. We got 2 points that game, I think. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think I played another game Wraith, and it went pretty okay. Then I went Gibby, then we came, I think, top 3. I think 8 kills, something like that. I think.
Nice. Yeah, you guys slayed out in one of the games. I know that. I saw a lot of Octanes, a lot of Caustics, definitely Gibbies. Not a whole lot of Wraith play in the portal. Do you think it's fading from the competitive scene?
Not really. If you I saw Imperial Hall say Wraith is so much better than Octane now. I don't know why. Probably because of Seer, but I think Octane is actually better now that Seer is as good.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh no. You know what? Speaking of Seer, really and truly, Seer had the update. Do you think that affected people's? Because we barely saw Seer out there. Do you think that affected everything?
Definitely, 100%.
Yeah, I do as well. I was really looking forward to see Seer, but Seer's just so, such a strong character and impactful, and you just can't have that. Everything's balanced. That's one of my favorite reasons I play the game, is because the game is so balanced. So just to kind of send you off, or send all the viewers off out there, what do you want to tell them, your most nerve-wracking, spot in the game was? Where were you trapped? Just every time you landed, what was the most nerve-wracking moment for you?
Probably when we were hold out from 2 teams, 3 teams. I needed to run up from zone because my team died, and when I popped my face, came up behind a rock. I tried to throw an Arcstar on a player, but the thing is, they had time to move, and I was like, oh shit! But I hit 3 of them. I go out from the corner. I think I hit them very hard, but I hit them 10, 11 because I didn't have time to see that. And I go out there, and I just get beamed by 2 people, and I'm like, oh shit, I'm dead here. But then I beam one, but then I die, and I was like, maybe I get a 1 KP at least. Come on. But then I just boom.
Did you get kicked out of that round? Were you the last up?
Not really. We're at I think top 9.
Nice.
Oh yeah, top 10. Yep.
Awesome. Well, Pug, thank you. I just, really getting to know the people, the players themselves, what you guys do out there. Just watching you play was spectacular, from, game 1 to game 6. So I wish you the very best. And everybody, if you don't know, Pug from Weeby Beeman, they placed fourth. They came here and they had a good time. Anything else you want to say, Pug?
Just remember, I'm 12 years old.
There we go. All right, Pug. Well, we'll talk to you a little bit later. Thank you so much. Hopefully, any other events we throw, you're in.
I'm definitely in. No cap.
No cap. That's right. All right, Pug. You have a good one.
Alright, peace.
Bye-bye. All right, everybody. That was Pug. Right now, we're going to go ahead and pull in ZZ Vortex from, I believe, it is U.S. Army Academy. Yes. Yep. Awesome. Vortex, are you there?
Hey, am I muted?
Hello, you are there.
Yes.
I believe I can hear you.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How you doing?
Hey, awesome. Awesome to hear. So you guys placed second.
Yes.
What I know you guys have competed in many tournaments that we've thrown. What was the biggest thing, that you did to get ready for this one, as it's not a kill race. It's 6 games. You gotta, you really gotta place points, with points.
Right.
And kills and everything. What'd you guys do?
So I know we did a lot of practice for sure. So I know this was like a 2 week before the actual the qualifiers.
Mm-hmm.
So in between that time, right, we just practiced. We just played a lot of games. We played ranked pubs and we just grinded. Trying to get that team chemistry together, so that when we came ready down for this tournament, we was good to go.
Absolutely. Speaking of team chemistry, what was your team comp? What'd you guys show up with?
So at first we had what we was running. We was running with Valkyrie, Octane, and Bloodhound. So that was pretty good for. It was okay. It wasn't the best, right? We had some issues, and then at the last 2 games we actually switched to a Gibby, and when we did that switch, that's when I think our team cohesion and pretty much the whole overall of the game was a lot better.
Awesome. I with a Valkyrie and an Octane, you have a lot of movement, and maybe adding that Gibby really just slowed you guys down for a moment to make those plays where you weren't like, let's get here, let's go here. You had time to think, you had bubble, everything. When did you make that switch? Was it mid-tournament, after the first 2 games or anything like that? When did you switch?
Yeah, so it was actually after game 4, right? So game 3 had a really bad game. It was our worst one, I think, at one point. And we was really hard on this. I was like, damn, what the hell's going on, right? But then after game 4, we're like, yeah, let's go and make a switch, right? Let's go and do this Gibby. And once we did that, it was night and day difference.
Cool. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. When I saw you guys, first round, I was like, yo, USAA, did they show up today? So,
yeah.
I know you guys are probably thinking the same thing. You're sitting there like, all right, what are we doing?
Exactly. Yes. We're thinking that, what is going on here?
So, I know. Did you use Seer? I know it's a big question right now. He was overpowered, and they did an update. Did you guys end up practicing with Seer at all, or did you kind of stick to what you were gonna be playing with?
Yeah, actually, we never played with Seer at all. Because once he hit that nerf, I feel like he's still good. He's overpowered, but he's not the best, right? So we actually kept with Bloodhound the entire time we were training it for the tournament, and it worked out really well for us. Good. What was your favorite part? Let the viewers know. What? By far, game 6. Right, that was the best we won. That was my favorite part.
That's true. You guys slayed out. You did an amazing job.
Yeah, that was a really good game for us. We did really well that game.
What about most nerve-wracking moment? Where did you really go? I'm kind of screwed here.
Game 4, right? I know we was in a really bad spot. We actually landed on somebody, didn't get the guns that we needed, and actually fried immediately. So that's when we kind of got nervous. That's when I got nervous. I'm not gonna lie to you. I was like, oh man, this may not end up well. Well, it did work out. We switched up the comps and stuff. So
absolutely, yeah. You know what? I'm gonna add one more question. Do you think, just for the Apex, gurus and everything out there, should we drop with a pistol at least?
No, I think we're good where we're at. I don't think we should drop with a pistol. I mean, like a PP20 or a wingman?
Yeah, you could. Yeah, I don't know if a wingman might be a little too strong.
It's too OP, right? Yeah. For real. I think we're good where it's at. I think we could just land with no guns. Honestly, I think we could go back to no shields too. Honestly, that's my opinion.
Oh, no shields. Okay.
Yeah,
All right, you
let's go back to the OGs. Yeah, let's go back to the OG days.
Okay, back to season 0.
Exactly.
And yeah, what was it? Up until season 6 or 7 or something like
Right.
that? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Hey, well, Vortex, thank you so much.
Hey, I appreciate
Second
it, man.
place, U.S. Army Academy. You guys will be taking home some money,
Yes.
and that's what's up.
I appreciate y'all.
Hey, you make it a pleasure. I appreciate it. Thank you for your time, and we'll chat soon. I hope to see you in future events.
Oh yeah, for sure. We definitely be there.
All right, Vortex, you have a good one.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Bye-bye. All right, guys, we're gonna get to the long-awaited team number 1, which was United States Army Esports, and we're gonna hop on board with Lazy. Let's go, Lazy. Ooh, Lazy, you're on the air. You live.
How's it going? Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, how you doing, man?
I am doing well.
Good.
How about yourself?
Oh, I'm fantastic. We're wrapping this up. We got, like Battery said, no crashes throughout the whole thing. It was amazing.
I actually crashed once.
Oh,
so, yeah.
Did you
That's
DC
okay.
going back in?
Yep, and I got back in.
Awesome. Well, yeah, it's not perfect. I don't know if you was watching the stream, but I'm pretty sure I got dropped out of the game twice and had to reload in as the main pilot. So we kind of, I was like, please just don't crash the game. Let the lobby run.
I mean, out of all the custom lobbies I played, this is probably one of the smoothest ones.
Awesome to hear.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Well, good. Let me, just start off by saying I got the whole cast here just dancing after you said that. So what'd you do? Would you really get into, did you break down, how your play style is? Did you switch any characters to get prepared for this? What'd you come out with?
To prepare for this tournament, we practiced. Well, we did qualifiers. We didn't practice for that. But after qualifiers, the 2 weeks until the tournament, we practiced. We tried different team comps. I know Barely Asian was running Octane. I was running Seer, and Namito was running Wraith. And then we switched it up. As far as like Barely Asian, he has the most awareness out of all of us. He pays attention to details. So we put him on Gibby. Believe it or not, people think a Gibby player is not good, but I think that's one of the best players. You got to be really good to play him. But as far as that, I went to Octane, Barely went to Gibby, and Namito went to Bloodhound.
Awesome. Yeah, no, I agree with Gibby. And also having one person on the team that really has that awareness, because what it allows the other two to do is really focus on their shot, and not worry about, ring or anything. You got one there, you got a main Slayer, and then, perfect. And Gibby is, can be difficult, but he's a solid legend.
He's
really one you can just post around.
Yeah, he's a tank for sure. We let Barely build up our armor pretty much, and we just go from there.
There you go. Hey, so when did you switch out of Seer?
So I switched out of after the update, actually.
Okay.
Not because he's bad, but it's like Valkyrie was good at first, right? And then they nerfed her, but she's not really nerfed, you know what I mean? But people stopped using her because the term nerf kind of scares them. But I just hopped off Seer just because like I'd rather be a person who can just get in the fight first.
Absolutely. I have some people that'll still bash me on Horizon. I still like using her. She's a fun legend.
Yeah, she's fun. If you're having fun with the legend, just play it,
Exactly. I agree. So, what was the most nerve-wracking moment, I guess? I've asked everybody that, where did you get caught, sort of with the pants down, and you're just like, we ain't getting out of this, and did you get out of it?
So we were standing on top of 5 stack, trying to go into I forgot what it's called. I think it's called Siphon. I think it's Siphon, right? We tried to go into that choke point. We were pinched through 2 teams on the left, 2 teams on the right pushing us, and then I got out. They told me to just run and rat it out. And then I was Octane, and then I was just playing under bridge at one point, and I actually made second place that game.
Yeah, I saw that one. I was like, come on, get away. Yeah, you ended up just getting that one bullet in the back. But yeah, you guys, how many top, top 5 finishes did you have? Do you remember?
I believe it was 4 out of 5.
Hey, that's
Actually,
not a bad ratio. There you go.
Three out of five. 3 out of 5.
Out of 5? Okay.
Yeah, we got top 6 on
Hey.
one.
Hey, well, you know, for not practicing for the qualifier and then, you know, practicing a little bit and then coming out here and putting up, you know, grabbing that total, you know, first place grand prize money, you know, you guys didn't do bad at all. Hell yeah.
I appreciate that.
One final question. You know, I asked Vortex the same thing. On drop, pistols, no pistols, shields, no shields. Do you want them to go back? Or, you know what, how about this? Let's just make it one simple question. What do you want changed in the game? What could you see that could be beneficial or some that needs to be taken out before we go?
I think a P2020 off drop would be a little good, but at the same time, it could be toxic. I don't know, honestly.
Yeah.
But a P2020 just to try it out off drop wouldn't be too bad.
For sure, for sure. Hey, well, you know what? Lazy, thank you so much for your time and everything. And, you know, that first place, man. Congrats to you guys. I hope you do well in other events that you play in, and I hope to see you in the future.
Thank you.
Yeah. You have a good one, brother.
I appreciate the tournament. Means a lot. That was a good tournament for sure.
Hey, we had a
Commentary and everything. Yeah, it was good commentary.
Good. And we got some good footage out of it. So, you know,
It's all that matters.
that's right. And, you know, just keep. I think there were so many snipes that I was just like, yes, and there were bow plays. I didn't, you know, I was expecting the bow not to be used at all, but yeah.
Yeah, it's not really meta, but it hits 60 still. It's still pretty good, but after the nerf, like people tend to like stay away from it.
Absolutely.
I don't know why, but they just do.
I'm not a bow guy, at least on PC. On controller, I'm a little bit better because I got aim assist. But so, anything you want to say to the viewers out there before we go?
Thank you all for watching. They hosted a good tournament. Also want to thank my teammates. Teammates are really good and they play well and just keep me motivated. So appreciate them as well.
There you go, Lazy. We appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. You have a good one.
You as well.
Thank you. All right, guys. So that's gonna be it. I want to thank everybody on behalf of GG and Terraform. Guys, check out the socials at Grassroots CMO on all socials. For Terraform, it's at Terraform GG. I'm Machiavelli. I have casters today, Dr. Mongoose and Battery Power. 6 games to decide it all. We had a blast. We'll see you next time, and thank you for joining us. You guys have a good one.